Let's see. So many tasks. Okay, that's all my tasks. Okay, let me implement some frost sphere particles. I didn't plan on doing this today. Let me open my window more too. Your stream detected, other streams rejected. Hey Evan, how's my audio? Because I reinstalled a new driver for the Focusrite audio interface, and I'm hoping it fixes the static. Okay. You're right, I did mute myself. How'd that even happen? What the fuck? I checked my key bindings the other day. I only have one key binding for muting OBS. So I don't know how that happened so much. thing that I've seen happen in your streams is when you type stuff that it toggles between this scene. Yeah, I know. It's what's happening is I'll like alt tab the Discord to respond to a message from either some friend or an artist. And I could just make it not do that with Discord. Actually, pretty easily. Yeah. It might make more sense to make it not happen with Discord. But when something that it's allowed to stream isn't in focus for like 5 seconds, it will automatically change it to the be right back screen. I don't know. Whatever. I guess I can put it here. So this is, I think this is how it works. Frost sphere. What are you working on today? Well, I'm gonna try really quickly just to add this little frost sphere thing. So when the abilities pop, there's supposed to, like when the frost abilities go away, there's supposed to be some little frost particles that just kind of like linger and spin. Because it just doesn't look quite right now that there's nothing around the frost. That I'm hoping will take like some time between 30 minutes and 1 hour. And then after that, I'm working on primarily making it so when you're actually inside the frost abilities, you're not allowed to move. Quick question, by the way, do you worked for a game company before? I worked at Oculus, that's it. Not really a game company. But I worked at Oculus and I kind of worked on a graphics engine. Like I guess kind of like a game engine. Where to go? Frost sphere view. Kind of worked on a game engine. That was like system level game engine. Oh, a friend of mine worked at Oculus. How long ago did he work there? And what kind of stuff did he work on? There's a real chance I know him. If it was when I was there. What is the most similar thing here? I don't know. I don't really want any of this. It's all a lot. I'll just take this though. Gotta start at something. I think about 2 years ago, he got let go last year. He was an infra engineer based in London. Oh, I definitely would not know him. For one, I worked there like, I don't know, 3 years ago. I quit like 3 years ago. So I worked there before 3 years ago. And then I worked out of Seattle and I worked on system graphics. So all 3 categories don't line up. Okay, here's my frost sphere shader. It has, does it have this stuff? Yeah, it has all that stuff. And it has this. And I changed this name. Call it this. There we go. During the time I worked there, which was like longer than what the, I have so many messages. What the fuck? Okay, I don't know. When the time I worked there, which was like longer than 3 years ago, I worked there throughout the period of time where I was in the company to see all the important people that still actually really care about the product and the users call it quits one by one. It was like the slow collapse of the company. It was so depressing. Like first, I was there technically when Lucky Palmer, whatever, got fired for his, you know, meme politics shit. And he basically did get fired because he's you know, very conservative libertarian or whatever the fuck he is. I was there watching that unfold, and then I watched Brendan Irive, however you say his name, leave the company. The guy that was like right next to or above or below or something, Brendan, that was one of the original Oculus founders, left like 4 months later. Like 1 year later after that, John Carmack changed to being not full-time, working 1 day a week, which is probably to save face of the company. And because I think he still believed in the product, probably. Yeah, lots of shit happened. There's a lot of really funny drama around. I don't know how to word it. The final nail was Q leaving. Yeah, I was definitely that significant. John Carmack got in trouble once because he tried to. This is a real story. He got in trouble and one of his posts got removed because he tried to tell people they should care about the users. He made a post about how some of the decisions that some teams were making were like very clearly not caring about the users, but just trying to push their like product's agenda. And he basically said like, I forgot how he worded it, but that you should be making product decisions with the users in mind, trying to make the product better for the users. And enough people apparently found that offensive and reported it that it got taken down by HR. Oh man, that was so funny. And then he made a follow-up post, I'm pretty sure, about complaining about how insane it is that his post talking about we need to provide user value got taken down by HR. And that one got enough traction and like drama baited everyone in the company that it didn't get taken down by HR. That made my day. John Carmack is such a real guy compared to everyone else. Yeah, man, if like, you know, like John Carmack and Brendan and all that shit worked at Oculus and they actually believed in stuff. And like without them there at the company, I can just imagine how shit it would be. Like, my God. It was also really clear, like John Carmack really wanted things to be improved in certain ways to make the product better for people. And like, he just didn't have the political sway he needed to force that to happen. And yeah, lots of problems. Okay, what the fuck was I doing? There's my Oculus drama tidbit. I have to respond to these messages first. Hang on. Okay. So I have all this stuff. I want to simplify the fuck out of this. How do I do this? I will keep this noise value. I will keep this matrix. This goes away. This goes away. We can just say it's 1.0 or something. I was working at Dazen Sports Streaming Company. I remember at one town hall, one of the engineers asked the following question to one of the directors, I think you mean, in front of 200 people. When are you going to take responsibility on how shitty your product is? Oh, that's good. You gotta love it. That person, that probably didn't go down well, huh? That's the kind of thing you want to ask, but you shouldn't ask. Because, I mean, also most of the time, I think shitty products are shitty because of incompetence, not intentionally, but sometimes it is. Like, I don't know. I would argue most of the people at Oculus that made the product shitty, I think, like, I wouldn't say it's intentional, but they have the wrong values in their mind. And I would argue that's intent. So, I don't know. They kind of deserve the shit they get. The problem is we had no say in the engineering teams. Skill position is a position. I'm not going to do any of this yet. This plus wobble offset inverse view. This one is not a particle progress. There's no layer. There is no layer. Yes. Okay, and actually, I'm gonna remove all this, I think. No, remove this. Actually, this. This is just an accent layer. Okay, I just want it to compile for now, which currently this is not going to do. I'm going to shove all this stuff into the shader, even though I don't need all of this. And I have to initialize this. Nova shard. Nova shard particle shader. Sphere shader. Okay. That seems decent. Actually, this should probably be a particle system. Yeah, this one should be a particle system. Let me change it real quick. The difference between particle system and an instanced model is so... Where the fuck is it? So minor. It's hard to decide most of the time. Frostsphere system. This is a particle system of Frostsphere GPU, and realistically, no, it does have stuff. Okay. Frostsphere particle GPU. CPU has a start, float, and a destroy. Frostsphere update. Pointer to this. This at the time. Boom. Like I have to create it too. One time at Booking.com, a UX designer asked one of the VPs, we need to stop using dark patterns. And of course, nothing happened after that. Yeah. One of the most depressing things by far was create Frostsphere. What does this need? Hang on. Needs a position and position and the time. That's probably it. One of the teams I worked on for the longest, actually, I think, was working on was basically working on a game, like an integrated, really lightweight game engine slash graphics engine at the system level, which would have been sick as fuck. And like technically games, it would have been possible to expose this thing to game APIs so you could use this to render your games. And the implication would be, implication is essentially the metaverse. Like they fucked up so much stuff visibly about the metaverse. It was like the metaverse, they tried to cram it into Unity. Like, I don't know why. That was their goal. Which, that alone makes no sense. But it would have basically been the metaverse where you can spin up a game, it's integrated into the system, so we have control over seamlessly transferring you into the thing, and we could even bring your friends into the game with you and shit like that. Like, it would have been all completely automatic at the system level. And basically it got shut down. It got shut down. Well, more like the scope of it got changed, so we were only allowed to render graphic stuff like hands and controllers and stuff like that. But it kind of got shut down, and they kind of started remaking it in a way, way, way less robust version and way higher level version as a separate application. So they took our really nice, well-made engine, like low-level system code, and they put it in Unity, more or less, like another team did. And then I remember my manager was arguing with the director once, he was basically saying like he doesn't understand why this team is working on this stuff that's just a worse version of everything we did, and it can't even do all the same like features. I don't know, it was so trash. The metaverse had potential to exist, to be honest. How does this work? Create, make, translation. Where is my method? Auto-complete it, man. I think it's this. See, I should have just believed in myself. This is the model matrix. This is fine. Progress is 0, which it is. CPU start is time. Return those, that's all I do. When you update it, realistically, this is probably going to have a velocity, so it makes a lot of sense to be in a particle. So this is make a translation matrix 4. So I guess the CPU needs a position. Need some progress in. I've written this exact code like 50 times in this project. This is time minus CPU start. There's going to be some scope file that is a sphere, frost sphere duration, which for now is going to be like 10 seconds. I'm going to create a VS Code snippet. I've used stuff like that before, but is there a built-in thing for that? I have a plugin that lets me do like file snippets, but not code snippets. That'd be kind of interesting. Frost sphere in duration. I think there is. That's pretty good. So is this guy over this. We'll clamp it. Progress out. Almost the same thing. This is the frost sphere duration minus the delta time. And you take this whole thing and you go over the out duration. There you go. Oh, but this is fine, yeah. So you can just say scale is progress in times progress out, because this one goes from 0 to 1 and this one goes from 1 to 0. Yeah. Oh, I'm not allowed to use this word. So I'm gonna leave it as just 1 for now. I don't know what the radius should be. I just want to get this actually running so I can see that it exists and does things. And yeah, it can just be called a particle. No, it should be called a particle system. That's kind of my naming convention. Okay, now back here, the frost sphere system. Everything that referenced the frost sphere changes. No more of this. It is now particle system init. Something. I don't remember how this works. Particle system shader geometry. That's it. Frost sphere shader, frost sphere geometry. Technically, yeah, this has to be false. And then set up the shader. This is fine. Looks basically good. Let's go to the gameplay scene. And in this pass, article, its name is too long. Update and render the frost sphere system with time. Okay, whatever. Continue. That should be probably all I have to do. I'm not done yet. Not done yet, not done yet. I fucked something up. The frost sphere system. When I define it... Oh, I didn't finish that part. Frost sphere CPU. Frost sphere update. Sort is false because it's opaque. Okay, now I think it's done. And then in the frost sphere particle system, destroy at the set. CPU destroy is time is greater than or equal than CPU start plus the overall duration. And then the particle system will destroy it. Okay. What should be the first particle to get this, I wonder? I think it should be the Frostbolt, because that really, really needs it. Frostbolt, what? Ice Bolt. Damn it, man. Here I can render me, alright. So, when this thing hits a wall, hit ground, it adds it here. I'll just make like 4. I will make 4, but might want 1 to start with. GPU, CPU. Takes a position and a time, I'm pretty sure. So Ice Bolt, last position. Probably. And time. And then, well, actually, let's do this. GPUs is 4. Assigned to nothing. And for 0 to GPU's count -1, and I guess I actually need the index now. So I can do the same thing, but GPU's I, CPU's I is this. Alright, now I have both of my particles. This is why I don't really like the particle system. Particle system, add particles. It's the syntax to get things done is so much more complicated. GPUs, CPUs. So that should probably do it. I'm pretty sure I messed something up. Let's see. Type wanted. And then what were you given? Type given, a double pointer. That doesn't seem right. I think it's the declaration. Yeah, particle systems are not pointers. Arguably, maybe they should be. Return GPU model. Yeah, that needs to return to Frostsphere particle system. Wait, it does. Oh, this one doesn't do anything. Whoops. Icebolt Manager 36. That doesn't exist. Oh, that still says Frostbind. The rest is okay-ish. Before I actually render this, I think it doesn't work yet. Oh, that's actually a thread save issue. Okay. I need to make it stop printing this all the time, because it throws me off when it's actually a real issue. I want to return from this. I'm not getting the color this way. Vec3 color is a vec3 of light dot, so I just want to look at the sphere. Okay, so it's actually a multi-threaded issue because this is multi-threaded, so this just has to be marked as like thread capable. That took a long time to compile. Start and cutoff does not exist. Yep. It's not a real function. I'm going to take this function. I'm just going to get rid of it. Okay, I just wish there was a game I could play as a goblin to fight other goblins. Do you also want that game to include a princess that you can fatten? A princess, but I want her big. That's up to you. You can make that happen. Can you believe that? There's a GL error. Oh, fuck. I don't want to fix that. Embrace body positivity. Fatten the princess. Yep. That's basically the premise of the game. It's really forward thinking. Oh, I didn't check the particles. Okay, so. Oh, there it is. Totally in the wrong spot and with some weird vertex issues. Interesting. Why? Oh, this is never set. CPU position should be positioned. Technically, this isn't needed. Yeah. Alright, fair enough. Like, it's kind of weird to rely on this, but the update method always runs before the new particles get rendered. Okay, so that will fix the position issue, and then it probably in the shader is something messing with the normal. That would be this. But let me check Blender. This would only really be an issue if they're not smooth, but they should be smooth. Oh no, I know the issue. Oh. The issue is because towards the top and bottom of the whatever this type of sphere is called, a UV sphere or something. The X values of the texture do not converge, and so when I sample the texture to get the noise, it's no good. So if I really want it to wobble, which now I'm not so sure about, then I would have a wobble strength, and that wobble strength is just it's going to be basically a text.y times 2 minus 1. So now it's from -1 to 1. And then you get the absolute value of, oh, no, it's okay. Yeah. Get the absolute value of that. So now 0 is the center, 1 is the top and bottom, and then you do 1 minus this thing. And then you do this. You can say anything. I will say times 10, and then I'll clamp it between 0 and 1. So it goes from 0, and then 10% down the radius goes to 1, and then it's 1 for the whole rest of the way, and it goes from 1 to 0. Sup, Q, sup, chat. Hey, Noligor. How's it going? I kind of want to visualize this, but I mean, if it works, it'll work, so let's try this out. Pretty sure this math is right, actually. And I'm going to make it times 0.2. I actually need to scale this value with the scale of the sphere. Wait, wrong thing. Boom. It's missing. There it is. Yeah, look at that noise. Big noise value. Okay, so I have to give this thing, I forgot, a U time. That will happen here. Uniforms. U time. Kind of getting hungry even though it's not late at all. Okay, so now the noise is gonna, you know, move. Fucking hit the ground. Look at it go. Looks pretty bad, but that's okay. Is fmod your studio, or fmod is the name of the audio library that most games in general, I think, use. Definitely most well-made indie games. And one of their rules is you have to display fmod on your... I should put my studio name on there too, yeah. Probably confusing. The rule is you have to display the fmod logo on your loading screen for a non-insignificant amount of time and at a non-insignificant size. That is their rule. So, yeah. In my frost sphere shader, yeah, this is fine. I just want to not normalize this yet. Transformed normal. So, and this is the normalized of the trans. So the benefit is, instead of using vnorm, I can use this thing. Where the fuck is it? This. This can go like down here. And this will scale up and down with the scaling of the model, I think. The fuck? Okay, this doesn't matter. I don't need this. This can just be a position. Task done. You have to type the task also. You're not allowed to refund yourself if you fuck up the syntax. Don't do it. Fmod is the final Dark Souls boss of audio. Like the full text? Any text that's unique, starting from the beginning. Don't finish my task for me. Whoa, that was not right. Oh, it's scaling down from the camera? Hang on. It's treating... it's treating the camera as 000, I think. Yeah, I guess so. So that's very confusing. It exploded so hard we couldn't even see it. Yeah. I actually don't know why though. Add task play league solo queue. Okay. Is that a task for yourself? I would think when this, maybe because it's the transpose of the inverse, which does weird things. I'll handle this one, Kyuju, don't worry. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. So I guess normalizing it is actually really important. Don't play League, it's bad for your health. I've told them that a lot. League is like one of the few games that's unironically probably bad for you. No, I will not do a gaming stream. I get like 23 viewers doing game development streams. I'm pretty sure if I do a gaming stream, I get like 5. Yeah, why doesn't this work? I'm pretty sure it has something to do with this transpose. This transpose is like basically making, it's like one, I think it, something with the weird matrix math probably just causes the scale to basically become inverted. 29? Oh, that is a lot. And so really, I don't need this, to be honest. Because this guy should never scale non-uniformly. So what I'll do is I will say the transform normal is a vec3 of the model matrix times the vec4 of this with the 0w. Get rid of this, and that is technically good enough. Okay, let's see if it works now. So now I think it's going to scale up and down with the scale like I expect. Wishlist Fat Goblins, you lurkers. That's right. Where's a norm coming from? A norm is it's just an attribute, so it's baked into the geometry. So when I load my geometry, everything gets shoved in this file, which just has all the data in the attribute order. So the specific attribute order for this guy is position, normal, text chord, and then, because it's a particle system, this is the way the particle system works. It just, like, so this is a single thing for the single geometry, and then I think it's the OpenGL function is called vertex attribute slice or something. I don't know. Split. I don't know. And so after that, it repeats these 5 attributes over and over and over for every single particle. And so these are defined by the frost sphere particle system. There you go. M1, M2, M3, M4 progress. M1, M2, M3, M4 progress. Thanks for explaining Wishlist. Yeah, thanks. All right. Well, what did I just do? Frost-sphere shader. So I did this. Let me test it out now. This is probably the new version. There we go. It does work now. So it had to do with the transpose and weird shit. And it goes back down. Yay. So here's the other thing I'm going to do. Before I actually get into making this look like particles. This is too big. I'm going to give it a velocity. Or actually, how about I give it a direction? Yeah, the direction would probably be okay. I think. It might be hard to do this, to be honest. So I want I'm making more than one particle, right? And so I want the particle to pop out in a random direction, but not just globally random. I want it to pop out based on the normal of what it hit. So if it's a random direction based on that normal, then basically I'll give it, I'll just say this. Okay, so I'll have everything start at the position and then I'll have a velocity. So this will be the math part. So the velocity is gonna be basically any valid vector randomly distributed in this plane, like above this plane, in the hemisphere above this plane. And so I'm gonna get 2 values. I don't know exactly what they are. One's I'm just gonna call pitch. Pi times 2, no, just pi. And in fact, actually, pi over pi minus pi divided by 2. And then yaw. And this one is pi times 2. How do I want to do this? I guess I want to basically pick a random point in the hemisphere of the negative z direction and then manipulate that using the yaw value. That sounds probably right. Okay, so it doesn't matter if I pick X or Y for the second axis, but Z is definitely the forward axis. I'm just going to go with Y. So this is sine of pitch. This is cosine of pitch. That's all I think I do. So I have like this hemisphere facing exactly forward. And it's going from negative pi over 2 to pi over 2. So that the z value will always be negative. So there we go. Now equals rotate, make a rotation quaternion. Oh, how do you do this? You say around the negative z-axis with yaw radians, probably. So there, I rotated this around that point. So actually, for now, I'm just going to try this. I'm just going to give it some random ass value. That's probably too little. Let's try this. And then CPU position plus equals CPU velocity times delta time. It's going to be linear. Holy shit, I can't visualize shit. Well, I think this type of thing is easier to visualize if you're the one writing it. Because, like, you know what you're trying to do. 1 in 3 arguments got to... Oh, that's true. Okay, so I gotta give this the normal hey you stance. How's it going? So, this actually... fuck, it's not returning it. I can get the normal out of this. This is something that my game supports. So there's a hit ground position, and now a hit ground normal. Okay. Nothing. This is the guy, static normal. So, position, there we go. That's done. I just gotta fill in the rest of the stuff with garbage data. So in the one situation, wait a minute. Okay, yeah. In the one situation, you hit a ground, and specifically, the ground radius is 0. You get the normal back out of it. Do we have a bunch of normals, or just one single normal vector is the same as yaw? Do we have a bunch of normals? No, it's fine to ask questions. I don't know exactly what you mean, but what's happening, to explain it, is that when the frostbolt hits the ground, there's a line test with the ground physics geometry, and it intersects it, and it returns the normal of the triangle it hit. And so you have that one single value. So you pass that into here when you create this guy. So we'll say hit ground position, right? Hang on, let me check this. This method has become gigantic. Yes, and then hit ground normal. So there. So you pass this into this one guy, and using this value, it generates a random vector within this normal's hemisphere. That's all it does. That's all it should do. But so right now, to debug it, I have it generating a random vector in not based on this, but just in the negative z direction. In the negative z direction's hemisphere. So a negative z is either to the right or left. Okay. I mean, that did go left in a kind of random hemisphere way. That also went left. They're going really in the same direction as each other. Like a literal sphere is coming from the ground. Yeah, for now. There's a purpose to this that will become clear soon. So there's that. Now, this is what I think is going to go not well. I have to rotate this again. So now it's facing negative z, which is like the globally generic forward direction. I have to rotate this by the normal direction, and I have a method to construct a quaternion based on a velocity, so I'm just going to pretend like this is a velocity, and I just hope this works. Oh, I think this is going to be backwards. Wobbly spheres. Yeah, the wobbly spheres will also make sense in a minute, I think. This is supposed to be little tiny particles that are like spinning around and stuff, and they're going to be really fast and short-lived, so when you hit something, it'll... Where'd they go? Oh yeah, okay, so this is probably right. Check it out, watch. Oh. Yeah, they're going in the opposite direction. So hang on, this isn't right. Did you use C++ before drawing out? Yep. I'm gonna make a bunch more spheres because I actually cannot tell if this is right or not. So if I make these like really tiny, so times 0.1, and I just increase this thing to say like 40, then it should basically make a hemisphere on its own, and I'll be able to see where that went. Yeah, generally C++. If I ever wanted to make a trash fast game, I would kind of use JavaScript. Okay, that is right, actually. Yep, and if I hit the wall, it should come out. Okay, good. Comes out. Yo, this is fog. It takes a while to come out. Maybe because of the scaling, but that's fine. The effects, like, I'm just debugging shit right now, so... Cool. It works. Oh, that one didn't maybe look right. Maybe... No, I think it actually hit the ground. Like if I shoot here, it hits the ground and goes up, but if I shoot here, it hits the wall and goes sideways. Okay. I think the math is good. So, I'm gonna keep it at 40, actually. It probably won't be. It actually could stay as 40. 40 is not that many for a particle. We'll see. This will go to like 0.5. Advanced debugging techniques. I'm just doing it step by step. It's literally all it is. So this is fine. Now I'll actually shader it. So basically, I just want to throw this in here. So this accent noise is taken from my other ability. It's just a little tiny white particles that have like a noise cutoff. I am going to render this. And I'm thinking about is this right? Model times a norm? It might have to be the inverse of model. No, it is right. It is right, but I'll check the shading just one more time, because if it's wrong, it's never getting fixed. Okay, that looks right. That looks right. Like, it should be darker in the back left. Okay. Basically right. Well, it is right. Back to this. I want to check out the accent layer. There's no discarding. I just want to look at this. This is very different. Let's just return a vec3 of noise. I'm using the accent layer code for my other ability, which is just little white particles. But this ability is a sphere, and it has to wrap around it only in the X direction. So actually, that looks right to me. I don't see any seam. I kind of wish it would stop spinning so fast. Yeah, this looks correct, actually. Also, if you want to see, can I even show this? It would be hard to show. The radial resampling texture makes such a big difference. If I were to I guess I could do this instead. Oh, here's a sample chord. So it is hard to show. I'm sampling it using sample 1. If I instead sample it using sample chord 1, so you saw what that looked like with the radial texture. This is without the radial texture, probably, if I did it right. This is without the radial texture. It looks way less like a sphere spinning. It's just a bunch of circles. Anyways, let's put the radial texture back. So, okay, to my surprise, it's actually correct. The noise value, though, is kind of probably not good enough. Yeah, because... oh, this is going to be hard to fix. I'll leave it as it is. The thing is, the noise is only spinning in one direction, but maybe that's fine. So I'll leave that. Let's go back to the cutoff code. So now the cutoff has to get fixed. There's no gradient for the cutoff for this thing. There's no cutoff based on texture coordinates, except if I were to allow it to spin at the very top and bottom, it would not look right. Trying to make some ice effect of some sorts? Yeah, that's right. So I'm gonna try to cut it off. Turn this cut off. And cut off. It's not so much icy as like when the ice impacts something, it should have a bunch of little icy fragments that kind of spit out of it and like spin really fast with each other. It's like random. So that's the goal. So this is some smooth step. I guess I should actually put some thought into this. This is probably going from 0 to 0.1 of vtex y. This one makes a lot of sense. This one going from 1.0 to 0.9 of what? Probably 1.0 minus vtex y. I'm not sure if this one makes sense. And you multiply those together. So it goes from 0 to 1 and hopefully 1 to 0. And then this would bring it from... yeah, this would make it so that the top and bottom of the sphere are supposed to be white. The middle 80% is black. Okay, did not... well, actually... almost. I see the problem. Probably it's this. Okay, white and white. Yay. I think it's not enough though. It's not enough to get rid of the weird part. Like the top and bottom, the vertices don't really blend correctly. In fact, I probably want to just entirely not render the top instead of it being a gradient. Maybe I'll try this. Let's try it one more time then. Man, maybe if I did actually spend like an entire day or two getting shader hot reloading working, maybe it would have made up for itself by now. Okay, that looks good. Okay, my cutoff value is right. And let me just add all this back in. Let's see. Hey, how you doing, Ever Shark? Not sure if bug or noise. Wait, what? Weird clump top right, though. Well, why didn't it compile? I didn't look. Probably noise, but I'll look. Undefined variable gradient. So adding 0.9 to it just makes it more transparent. And then you add the noise on top of that. And this does not exist. So let's try this out. Okay. It's also very weird how all of them are like exactly the same pattern. Yeah, so what we're gonna say is all these GPU things have a time offset. Yeah, this is probably a fine way to do it. So GPU time offset becomes what? I guess random gets 0 to 1 open and it's in milliseconds. I'm just gonna give it actually leaving it as 1 is fine. Okay. This is here now. Location 8. A time offset. Flat out the time offset. Let's see. Now every time I sample U time, I guess I just have to say something like float time is U time. V time offset. Yeah, I will say times 1,000 here actually. I thought I would work with this thing with the 1.0, but it's fine. Location 78? Uh-oh. Oh, it wasn't even compiled. If you do mess up the location and you don't have any reflection debugging stuff in your shader code, which I do not currently, then it's really hard to figure it out. This still looks very repetitive. I feel like I'm like, definitely lots of things are wrong. There's no gradient happening. I think at this point I have to say cut off and then probably. Although it did kind of look right. Okay, that looked kind of more right. This definitely looks more right. So I cannot tell anymore if this V time offset is right or wrong, actually. It's in location 8. It's in my frost particle system with the time offset. You give it a random 0 to 1. I mean, maybe the problem is this is multiplying. Oh, this is dividing the time by like 2,000-ish. Something. So for the noise, it doesn't matter. This is doing the same thing. I could just multiply this by that same number. Realistically, it should be random. Okay, so now that this is basically random, it still doesn't look good at all, but I'm going to leave it for now, I think. And I'm going to rotate the spheres randomly. Because right now, whoops. Where did they even go over there, man? Right now, everything is rotating around the z-axis or y-axis. I think it would look a lot better if I just add a random rotation here. See, I don't know exactly how to do this. Okay, I kind of do. It's this code. So you just take a random yaw, a random pitch, you just make a rotation quaternion around x and y, and you multiply yaw by pitch. That should work. And this goes... This will be a quaternion in the CPU. Random rotation, so I don't have to calculate it every time. I'll call it random yaw, which is so many randoms times pi times 2, and random pitch, which is also this. Okay. So CPU random rotation is rotation yaw times rotation pitch. So this guy is done. I'll stick this like that, I guess. Now, I think the scaling happens after the rotation. I'll just be sure. Scaling happens after the rotation, yes. CPU random rotation. So there we go. They should probably have a random rotation. Okay. It looks... yeah, better. Oops. I think so. I have to add like a ease in, ease out thing, which is going to be really basic. In fact, actually, it should not have a scale out, I'm realizing now. But this has a progress value. So progress is some cast. No, I don't have to cast. Basically this, except over the whole duration. And GPU progress becomes this progress. These things are kind of useless. Progress in will become a clamp of progress. Maybe I want to do it based on, I do want to do it based on time so I can control it independently. So yeah, you stay the same. However, I think it's going to be 1 minus 1 minus this times 1 minus this, so it kind of curves up. And I don't need progress out. Okay, I have this now. It's not a variable. In my shader code, I don't really want to write it myself. I guess I'll start out with this as the foundation of it. So with the start cutoff, it is based on v progress. So the start cutoff, and it's returned the max value. So this has to go from. This has to go. Wait, if cutoff is 1.0, that is like maximum cutoff. So this will go from 1.0 to 0.0 really quickly. Okay. Min of v progress over 0.1 and 1 min 1 minus this. Sure. So this should go from 1.0 to 0.0 over 10% of its lifetime. I'll make it 5% of its lifetime. That's actually all I do here. Oops. So this is it. And there is also an end cutoff. I guess the best thing to do would say 1 minus the v progress over 0.5 over 0.05. For this one, I'll give it like 0.2 for now. And this one has to go from 0 to 1. So let's see what's happening. It's currently going from a big number, 1.0, and then at the very end, yeah, down to 0. So again, 1.0 minus this. That should probably work. Okay. Start cutoff of cutoff and end cutoff of cutoff. So there we go. Maybe that'll work. I think I actually want to add this to it. I didn't realize. It should kind of fade out over like 1 second instead of shrinking. It does. Shago doesn't seem to be a GL, so it's .jai. Well, it's just because it's a string constant. It could be either. I think it doesn't look good when you do it this way. I'm gonna not pass this in. It doesn't even really need to be a method now, but we're already here. If I did in fact do it in a different file, it would be a lot easier to hot reload. But I like that all the stuff, the vertex shader, the fragment shader, the dependencies are all in one file. So if I do implement a hot reloading system, I'll probably do it in a Jai metaprogramming way that essentially puts my shader files all together in one program and listens to changes and re-executes that program and then swaps it out over IPC or something. Something like that. So I'm just going to add these. I think I'm allowed to do this. This is a very different approach. But this, by adding it instead of doing the max, I should keep the noise values and it should fade out like randomly. Let's try it one more time. That didn't look right, I realize. Hang on. I don't know. Whatever. It probably did it. This guy doesn't look right to me. Maybe it's just way too fast. A swarm of bees, bugs. Yeah, it's also way too noisy right now. Like every... Okay, see, that's not right. It's actually not right. I did it wrong. The math is not right. What is happening then? Over the course of 0.2 progress, it goes from 0 to 1. And then 1 minus. So it goes from 1 to 0 over the course of 0.2 progress. Oh. It's this. Oh, this is complicated. Okay, I'm just going to tweak the values like super arbitrarily. How do I want to do this? The problem is really the cutoff value is 0.1. The 0.9 is always there. And then this adds... Like, this is also fucking weird, to be honest. This thing, the min of this and 1. Okay, so this goes kind of between... This goes between 0.5 and 1 times 2. So 1 and 2 minus 1. So 0 and 1. 0. This goes between 0 and 1 with a curve. So like part of it is almost clamped. Okay. This is weird. And then it still goes between 0 and 1. It still goes between 0 and 1. Times plus 0.2. Okay. At this point, the noise value is between 0.9 and 1.2. Work. Hey, Rodev, thanks for the raid, man. How's it going? Damn, big raid. How was your stream? The Geeko, hey. I didn't plan to do this today, but I'm working on just a quick little shader before I go to actual gameplay. So either one of these has to be able to cut it off, so it has to be times 0.1. So the goal is, at this point, the noise value is between 0.9 and 1.2. Going above 1.0 means it gets cut off. So this should fix it and make it not instantaneous. Thanks for the raid, man. I think you guys already know Fat Goblins, but if you haven't seen it, check it out and wishlist it on Steam. Thanks for the follow. So yeah, that did fade in a lot better. This is what I'm working on. And it fades out. Yay, it fades out really nicely now. It was good. I got a basic list of occluders, starting to run an occlusion buffer. Oh, what is the occlusion buffer used for? It's not because I needed a sort function on GPU? Ouch. That sounds horrible. Are you sure you need it on GPU and not multi-threaded? My particle system is... It probably would be better GPU sorted, but my particle system is just multi-threaded sorted at the moment. This my game is highly GPU driven. Yeah, that sounds very annoying to set up. Data is generated in GPU. Oh, that makes a lot of sense then. I see. Okay, so this works. This is done. I want to make it like thicker. Let's try this. What even is this? I want to make it like that's 0.6 maybe. This is so weird. Yeah, like thicker particles inside the sphere. So today I was getting this particle sphere system set up for when a frostbolt hits the ground, it's supposed to explode with a bunch of particles. They're not supposed to look like this. This is just debugging it. Is Jai not released yet? Jai is not released yet. That didn't look right. What the fuck just happened? Oh, I'll make this a constant. So this will be the cutoff add. is 0.6, so the cutoff variable is 1.0 minus cutoff add or something. This seems to be something like cutoff variable times 1.5. I'm going to put it in parentheses so like I know what's happening. And then this is the important part. This is cutoff variable too. Okay, everything lines up. Super hard to read now that there's no numbers. Should I sell beta? Yeah, only for cool kids at the moment. Yeah, that's right. Wind bolt. Yeah, basically. So I'll show this real quick. I did this earlier, just like 30 minutes ago or something. I set up a new particle system for my frost sphere, and it starts at your position. After your ice bolt hits the ground, you get back the normal direction of the triangle intersected with. So we're finding a random point in that normal directions hemisphere, and we're setting the particle's velocity to that. So these are all kind of flying out from the ground where it intersected. After that, we randomly rotate the sphere in both axes so that it's facing some completely random direction. And that's the creation method of the particle. The update method is we scale it in over 2 seconds right now. And then it has a progress value over 10 seconds, and it continually just linearly moves away. The linearly moves away is going to go away very soon. But that's what's happening. And the rest of this is happening in the shader. So let me try it now. I just changed this. I don't actually remember what I just changed, but... And of course, it's not actually going to look like this. That looks good. I changed the cutoff variable. Okay. Looks good again. I think something about these samples is not good. Something about how the noise is being sampled. Maybe the Y value being multiplied by 2 is not good. How do you do the edges, by the way? What do you mean the edges? You mean these? The little grass edges? This looks more circular. Yeah, the edge detection. Oh, so there's edge detection and there's hard grass edges. It's like this edge detection. It's just a really basic edge detection shader, although it's gotten slightly more complicated as I've tweaked things. But there's no transparency with it, which in some cases makes it look really bad. Like here, you can see it just kind of randomly cuts off at a certain distance because I can't do an anti-aliased edge with deferred rendering. I can't do it very easily, technically as possible. But yeah, it's just I'm just sampling the depth buffer and kind of accumulating like 8 points or something around the pixel of their depths. What makes this in particular more complicated, maybe what you're asking about, is that as I do this, I get the closest point to the camera of the edge that it's drawing. And if it decides to draw an edge there, I actually update the normal texture and I update a copy of the depth buffer to represent that value. So when it draws the edge, it also basically copies the normal and depth values of the surface it's copying the edge from. And that's important because otherwise, like the edge is 50% outside and 50% inside the shape. So if I weren't to do that, this outside edge would have the depth value behind the water. And when I render it, the edge becomes slightly blue. So that's the strange thing about my edge algorithm. Let me look at it one more time. This might be okay. It looks really weird right now because of the sizing of the whole thing. But let's try to get the actual... Okay, wait, before I do that. Yeah, let's try to do this. It's gonna last like 400 milliseconds. The end duration, like less than that, maybe? I don't know. Probably okay. Goes, this value is less than 100, so yeah, okay. This will be 0.25, this will be like 0.5, sure. So it's gonna fade in real fast. It's gonna scale in real fast. It's gonna fade in a little bit slower, and then it's gonna fade out kind of slowly, but the whole thing's gonna be really fast. Okay, looks like shit. This is okay for now. I think the speed has to be much faster. There has to be way fewer. I'll bring it down to like 8, maybe? No way you're planning this all along. This was the plan. Kind of look like ice now. We'll have to get all the shader math working correctly before I collapse it down and stuff. So let's try this with only 8. It still doesn't look good, I would say. Looks better, but like way too intense for just... Yeah, not good. I think this needs to be much smaller. That will help a lot. I think it's still too slow. And then... Game that involves goblins? I approve this. Hey, Render Goblin, I remember you. And not only goblins, but fat goblins. Okay, that's not right. Maybe 0.2 was right. This just doesn't look good, man. Maybe that's 2 times too small. This just doesn't look good. Fuck. I think it's way too opaque. So to fix that, let's go into the shader and we will change this one value to 0.8. It's more splash. I think... Well, I don't know. I'll take it one at a time. So I know it's too opaque. Like, this looks better, but it's not right. Oh, I'm supposed to be in this ice block. I think it's partially because it's white. Maybe. I'm doing all right. Kind of sensing over what to do on my game. I'm also mulling over temptation to hop over to Unreal instead of coding my game from scratch custom engine. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, yeah, this doesn't look good. I cannot exactly tell why. It's like not an instant enough effect. It's like, I think this might be an okay value, or maybe that. 25 milliseconds is really fast. I'll bring this down to 50 milliseconds. And I think I mentioned before when I visited, I don't know if you did, but maybe. I mean, it definitely depends on what, like, the type of game you're trying to make and what you're trying to get out of making the game. I think it also lingers. I'm surprised how bad it looks. I thought it would look better than this, actually, just at this point. I think it's like, I think it has to be maybe 200 millisecond duration. Oh, want me to shamelessly plug my Steam page? Sure. Ice projectile? Oh, there one on the character. After the ice projectile hits the ground and it explodes, the little white particles that come out of it don't look good. So I will cut this in half, and these are based on percentages. So now this has to go. This has to get cut in half? Wait, no, it has to double. And thanks for the follow. If it has to double, this cannot physically double. This would become the entire duration of the thing, and so I'll try this. Oh, let's check it out. I can't open it on stream because I don't have that set up, but oh, interesting. Render Goblin games. Goblin. You build. Oh wait, maybe you did mention this. Nice. This looks so bad. So bad. I think it has to do with the color and the fact that there is only a single type of sphere. Man, I'm like, I don't actually know if that's true. And I'm really hesitant to try to add another layer of sphere without knowing. Because it takes a while. If I were to add another layer of sphere, yeah, this will probably help a lot. Man, fuck. Okay. Where do I modify the GPU? GPU. Layer is cast float layer. Do the anime thing with glitter and particles, do the anime thing with glitter and particles and use more particles. I don't know what the anime thing is actually. You'll have to show me an example. But I'm willing to try stuff. A layer. B layer. Okay, I have my layer. Sparkles for ice glitter. You do small tap on your mic and your static noise a bit. Okay, hang on. Wait, is it staticky again? Maybe it's my Focusrite thing. Hang on. Alright, hello? Yeah, apparently Focusrite, is it fixed now? I'm guessing it is. It got worse? Wait, are you serious? Wait, it's actually worse? Can anyone else confirm this? I can try restarting my thing again. My interface, my audio interface has an issue right now where it becomes staticky sometimes. Like if it's actually staticky, I want to fix it. Is it actually staticky though? if the V layer is less than 0.5, the V layer is less than 1.5. Seems to be the music. What, does that mean it's like fixed now? Or is the music still staticky? The music's staticky, that's a big problem. I don't know how it would even fix that. It's not staticky for me. Still staticky? Yeah. Really? Guessing that didn't fix it. I'll just try... I don't even know what I could do, to be honest. Let me check what my audio setting is. Yeah, I can't change this. This is fine. I'll try restarting my Focusrite thing one more time. Did that happen to fix it? No, but I don't care. How bad is it, though? This has never happened before. I'm learning too much to care. Okay. But no worries. Okay, then. It's really not so good to have staticky music on stream. Okay, well, I'll continue. Maybe. I guess updating my Focusrite driver software might have actually been a big mistake. So I'm gonna copy the inner layer. No, the outer layer. Okay. From this is gonna have to change. Like, this thing has a gradient somehow. Yes. Neither of those are right. I have no idea what this value should be. I'm gonna guess 0.6 for now. Right shaders in Jai? No. This is just a string. Well, there is actually a GitHub library that lets you do that. Someone, I don't know if it's finished. Someone wrote a GitHub library that lets you write Jai code and compile it to something that works with shaders. This is not that. This is just a string constant, and it just gets loaded in from my own shader code. And it's a thing I made with the shader dependency system. So that's why I'm using it. Okay, so I'm calculating the outer layer. I already added the A layer. Let me go to the frost particle system, and I did that. So now in the ice bolt manager, when I create this, okay. This is kind of weird. This should technically be returning 2 of these. Okay, so I have an idea. This will return layer 0. It's going to add the particles. Or let's do this. For I 0 to GPUs count -1, layer 0. And then you add the particles. And then you do it again. Layer is 1. Add the particles. This is so weird. Never mind. That's really weird to do. I'm gonna instead return, I guess, 2 particles. You don't even give it a layer, because like the problem with this is the random values. The random values for a given particle, a particle now has 2 layers to it, so I have to generate 2 particles. The random values have to exactly match each other. So GPUs, I'll say, GPUs, I'll just initialize this to being GPU. So I can just do this. CPU, and you just say GPUs 0, layer is 0, GPUs 1, layer is 1. CPUs, okay. This is probably okay. It's kind of hard to do now. It might even be easier if I return them separately. But that's kind of not great either. Okay, so we'll call it GPU1. You can't do that. Whatever, particles GPU, particle CPUs. And you create this. And so this is actually going to be 16. You can't do this either. I guess it's over GPUs 0 to GPUs count divided by 2 minus 1. So I will say GPUs I is particle GPUs 0. GPUs I plus 1, in which case these have to be times 2, is that. Same thing with CPUs, so it's kind of putting it in stride here. The first thing in the GPUs list is the first particle, and then right after that is the second particle, and same for CPUs. So this is okay. Yeah. There we go. Kind of a really weird method. This is the only particle I have that works this way. No more layer. Okay, now it has the layer to it. So I should just be able to run it and see something. It's not going to be right, but it'll be something. Master particles is 26. All you guys that are in the stream, check out Fat Goblins on Steam and wishlist it. This is not a thing anymore. This gets set down here. Frost sphere particlesism 48. Incompatible structs. Whoops, I just didn't name that struct correctly. So this is just creating this little fixed array just at runtime. Undefined variable cutoff. Okay, so this is because I added this method from my other shader and I have not yet correctly updated it. So this is where I define cutoff. I guess I have to say then, it's not even a variable at this point for this guy. Constant float cutoff is 0.6. It uses it in the color calculation, so it kind of barely eases the color towards the cutoff edge. Okay. I need to slow it down again and open it back up. Let's do that. That's pretty easy. The duration can just be 20 seconds again. Let's I'm gonna say times 100. just see what happens. The velocity doesn't change, so it should spread out really far. Damn it. Okay. I can't tell which layer is which, though, very easily. I'm gonna get rid of, for now... This is kind of hard to do in how I structured this code, actually. If I just return both as a layer 0, it's fine. So now I'm only looking at the outer layer, I think. Okay, that is different. So I'll have to fix this outer layer. Man, all the Frost Mage stuff takes a while. It's also detailed. So first of all, I do need something like final pause is a pause, and if the V layer, I can sort of say, is greater than 0.5, so it's the accent layer. Whoops. Final pause, add to this transformed normal times 0.1. And use that here. So I won't be able to see this yet, but the accent layer is just more outside the sphere. Okay, and I might want to change the colors, I'm thinking. So the outer layer has like lighter colors than this. The inner layer has darker colors. I'm gonna give this a shot. So I'm just gonna swap this out. And then I saw something was way too stretched. I'm gonna bring these multiply values. I'm gonna make them 2. And I'll make the x values also 2. So before, the y values were multiplied by 4 and 8. That stretches the, or kind of shrinks the texture and makes it repeat 4 or 8 times. That looks kind of okay. And yeah, I think this color is better. That's actually not that bad. Damn, this lasts a long time. I think it's going to be too noisy to look at. YouTube link. I'll click it, but I'm almost certain I'm not watching this right now. Okay. Why did you link that? Footage of Sub-Zero Mortal Kombat. Why though? Sample X, Y, sample X, Y multiplied by 2. Because it's Sub-Zero? Like Frozen? Something? There we go, I fixed my little guy. I'm just gonna try combining it all again. I'll keep it at this speed. This one goes to layer 1. Okay. This is hard to wrap my head around. The accent layer actually does not look good. Also, the accent layer, I see it fading out, whereas the real layer is not. It's gone. So I can just use this exact same thing. This is the wrong file. This is also the wrong file. All of this is gone. That is not a constant anymore. I can just add this. So I will actually have these same values over here. Why not? Cutoff add is 0.6. So this cutoff is actually cutoff add. Cutoff variable is 0.4. So either one of these brings it up to 1.0. Okay, let me get rid of Google's task remove play league. Okay. It is really slow, but that's okay. The other thing is, the offset doesn't look strong enough to me. And yeah, it's all fading out now. You can see it all fading out slowly. Good. Opinion. This looks kind of flat-ish. Maybe add static global illumination and more outline shader. Don't know. Too close to Mario 3D. Do you mean, when you say it looks kind of flat-ish, do you mean the entire game, or do you mean this effect in particular? Entire game. I do agree with you. The shading is not final. There's going to be a different lighting. Here, I'll show this real quick. There's going to be different lighting and more actual dynamic lights everywhere. Let me find this and open it. I have a new map that's in progress from the artist that I haven't put in the game yet. It should help a lot. So this over here is the current map with broken textures. And then this is the new map. The lighting will change with this a little bit, but I think it will still look flat. I actually think you're right about that. The only other thing though, hey, thanks for the follow. Oh yeah, check this game out on Steam and wishlist it, everyone. The only other thing that's gonna change is while I'm developing, I have ambient occlusion disabled. Yes, this side of the map looks so much better. This side of the map looks so good compared to this. Wait, did I even show it? Did I have the wrong Blender thing open? I did, didn't I? Okay, wait. I did. We see blank screen. Yeah, you're right. Okay, this is the old side of the map with broken textures. And this is the new map. Yeah, my thing only tracks the first Blender window I open, so. Yeah, looks a lot better. We see blink Blender screen where you don't now, right? Now it's fixed, right? I see it on the OBS. Yeah, new lighting is super nice. That's a lot of atmosphere. Yeah, agreed. But also, it doesn't help that much because I kind of turned the ambient occlusion values way down to make it subtle, but there is ambient occlusion. I really am interested in like a fixed texture global illumination, but I'm not adding that for this game because I think that would take me to perfect that. I would estimate it would take me like 2 to 4 weeks. But I mean, if I just go here, ambient occlusion, slightly better, but I mean, so many little particles everywhere. I can also do this, I can show it. So like ambient occlusion off, ambient occlusion on. Slightly better, but you know. It's hard to actually notice. Subtle, yeah, it is very subtle. When it's not super subtle though, I think it's a little bit overpowering. Like especially the little flowers and things that are actually 3D become really dark. So. Sharpening also helps, to be honest, surprisingly. You can see the difference in sharpening. Sharpening is the default setting. It kind of just removes some of the blur from all the different shader effects. But, yeah. Ambient occlusion is supposed to be on, I just don't do it when I'm developing. Man, there's another I have to fix this tonight, probably. Let me add it to my tasks. I don't know why there's a GL error. I didn't really change much GL code lately. Got one while randomly swapping graphic settings. All right, so back to this. Where did my thing go? Oh, there it is. Okay, so I need to speed it up a lot and see how it looks. But before I do that, I want to make this a lot more than 0.1. See what happens if I do like 0.4. You should haste up all surfaces with a velvet or case icing style texture. Haste up. What do you mean? Velvet or cake icing style texture. I find that very hard to imagine. The point for... Okay, it is like flickering. That doesn't look good. Thanks for the follow. The wobble strength might not even be necessary. In fact, screw the wobble. It's such a fast animation that sampling in the fragment in the vertex shader doesn't make sense. I still need like this. Do not need this. Do not need this. Do not need this. Do not need this. Okay. I'm back. Let's bring some tea. Nice. Glad the static went away. It did. Thank God. So I don't know why this doesn't seem to work at all. If it's less than 0.5, that'd be 0. If it's less than 1.5, that'd be 1.0. So this guy, for the accent layer, that's 1.0. Has to be if it's greater than 0.5. That should work. Try it again now. Without the noise, it might be okay. Haze. Even a single channel grayscale noise would add a subtle texture to everything. Move it away from self-shaded cartoony look. Even a single channel grayscale noise. What? You're just saying apply a blanket noise to the scene? I've never heard of this. Can you link me a picture of this happening in game? And my anti-aliasing got removed. Okay. Yeah, the white, it looks to me like it's exactly the same layer. I do not see a layer difference. Yeah, I am going for a self-shaded cartoony look, but the graphics do still need to be iterated on and improved, even from this. So I wouldn't go away from the self-shaded cartoony look, but I am gonna change it. And why is this not working? This final position. Oh, I'm not actually using the final position. Whoops. Wait, no, because it uses the V position, and that's multiplied by the model matrix. This is okay. Oh, but this is in world space. That's not okay. What would I even call this in? Final offset. This is a vec3 of nothing. And this just becomes this times 0.4, I guess. And this is scaled by the actual scale. This is kind of odd. So you take this guy and you add final offset. I don't actually think this has... Yeah, oh, it is used. It's used for the direction. Okay, fair enough. And probably 0.4 is too much now, but we'll see. Otherwise, this is now a pause. So it looks basically right. Damn it. I still cannot see... In fact... Yeah, I still don't see it. That's kind of crazy. It's like this is never happening. Oh, I'm using the V layer. God damn it, you shouldn't be allowed to do this. I said this yesterday even. You shouldn't be allowed to use these variables before they're assigned. Hey, code and agree. Okay, well this should fix it. Yep, that looks very different. And I think the offset is too much. Looks cool, thanks man. I think though the problem is when I actually put it at the explosion area of the frostbolt, it's not gonna look good. I'm gonna bring this half closer to the other sphere. Okay, I'm just gonna assume it looks good because it was already close enough. Now let's start modifying these values again. Let's do ×2 first. What are you running for graphics? It's all custom. Game is looking great. Yeah, thanks. It's all custom. Custom engine, custom graphics, custom gameplay code, even custom physics, which I regret. Because computer is running it all. That's also true. Okay. That actually kind of looks better. It's still, something is still not right. It's too slow, isn't it? I'm supposed to be in that ice block. I'm doing that today. That looks pretty fucking good, actually. I'm surprised. Okay, too slow. Let's bring this back up to 1.0. Custom. Vulkan, not Vulkan. Not Vulkan. I do at times wish it was Vulkan, but at the same time, like, who knows where I would be with the progress of the game if this was Vulkan. Okay, that's too short. Uh-oh. Custom engine and goblins? How do we not meet before now? Fat Goblins. So I don't know what to do. It's like the scale in. Okay, maybe this is okay. Probably. And now this value, this cutoff in, has to be maybe half of that. Let's try this. It's always about the mine goblins. You can't trick me twice. Okay, it looks a lot more instantaneous, but also kind of looks weird, and I don't know why. It looks so much better now than it did before. Stance, you were here for that, weren't you? Yeah, you were, I'm pretty sure. Custom stuff is fun, going with custom too, yeah. Also, custom, realistically, like, most people that are really worried about what engine to use are still learning game development. I think it should be larger is the problem. They're still learning game development, and custom helps them learn. Custom helps you learn a lot if you're willing to do it. And you learn better stuff. Like, you learn fundamental stuff. And then it's just, I don't know, I think it's just more important to learn from the ground up. Like some old guy yelling about doing things the right way. I need to just increase the scale. This is just this number. I'll just try making it 50% larger. For not, oh wait, render, you linked me a thing. Let's look at this thing. I do not see where the noise is applied or what you're referring to. Oh, you're talking about not, okay, you're talking about noise like, wait, that's actually maybe smart. You're talking about like not literal noise, but like a noise texture that's smooth, just really subtly being applied across everything in the scene, right? For non-custom, I already have my day job. Yeah. Sacrifice myself to mine goblins for fun. Okay, so if you do a blanket gray noise on your scene, you get a slight paper or cell shaded effect. Well, it's custom studio wide. It's not done by myself. Ah. That's good at least. Like most studios seem to start out with not custom, and then they continually customize the not custom engine until it's basically custom, and they've wasted a bunch of resources and time. This looks good. Stop freezing me. This looks good, but I'm pretty sure it can look better, and I am not sure how. So you said if you apply a blanket gray noise on your scene, you might get a slight... Do you know actually how this would happen though? Because this noise... Like, I can't tell when they did this. I feel like I have to apply this noise as a normal offset instead of a color saturation offset. I don't know. I could try that out. I could try putting that in the game. Let me put that in the notes, and I'll link your little image. That might be a really good idea. I'll put it like after I do all this shit. Maybe apply a blanket smooth noise across the whole scene, considering X, Z, and Y, either offsetting the brightness, saturation, or normal RGB values very slightly. That might look good. Might end up like a paper-ish effect. I think that's a good way to describe it. Yeah, it's also nice to have the guys that do all the tech in the same building as you. Yeah. When COVID was happening, I was hearing a lot of people saying like they work more efficiently not going into the building. I can't possibly imagine a scenario where that's true. I don't know. I feel like maybe maybe people that want that aren't doing complicated stuff, but like God, it made it so hard to work. Okay, let's try to make this better again. So I'm gonna double the speed. I have an idea. Wait, let me see your lighting dot in line. Oh, the good old work from home hybrid exit back to work things. Yeah, wait, let me read all this chat stuff that I missed. Okay, I don't think I missed anything. More splash perpendicular projectile position. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing with this. But you can add subtle noise to the normal layer, get a subtle fog-like effect. You can add it as detail layer to your textures. Yeah, I think I'm going to try normal. I think that would actually look pretty good. Let me see that. Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I mean, like I said, though, the lighting is going to change. I think applying this subtle texture to the normal... Do you have a texture for that, by the way? If you can, like, here's my texture I use for most things that have to be smooth. Where the fuck is it? Not that. Not that. No. RGB noise blurred 128. This. So it's just permanent noise blurred. Is this what you're referring to? Because the actual type of texture you usually use for these things matters a lot. So what I would end up doing is, if I were to do this, I would take this texture, I would repeat it across 2 or maybe 3 different axes, so it never repeats at different, you know, like octaves or intervals. And then I would somehow combine the data so it's still between 0 and 1 with the same density. That would be my plan, but I don't even know if this is the right type of noise for the effect you're talking about. Oh, let me see. Yeah, let me show you that. Why not? So my shader part, I have a lighting part, bunch of commented out code. This is all I'm doing at the moment. Very simple. well, kind of simple. There's a bunch of shit happening. I removed a bunch of it because actually a lot of the code is... yeah, it's just changed quite a bit. I haven't cleaned it up because it has to be totally redone anyways. But it's just this, and then it, some strength value from that is just squared. And then there's a cell shaded part, there's a normal part, there's a smooth step, there's a bunch of smooth steps somewhere. I don't remember where this happened, but there is a point in the shading where, maybe it is this. You can be on the edge of a shadow. Is it this? I don't remember, but you can be on the edge of a cell shaded shadow, and there's like an anti-aliasing smooth step to cut the shadow line into like 4 different little individual parts. That might be this, I don't know. Anyways, back to work. So I double the speed. What I want to do now is reduce the velocity. And I don't know if I want to reduce it using like a POW function. Maybe. Probably. Okay, let's try this out. I have a pretty smart idea actually. CPU velocity. First, let me just try linear. Wait, that's hard to do actually because it would be relative to itself. Yeah, and it'd be based on the normal of itself, and it'd be recalculating it every time, so error would accumulate, so I'm not doing that. Okay. I don't think I can POW. Fuck. So it has to happen anyways. No matter what, I'm basically normalizing this and redoing it. So speed... I can just calculate this. Speed is progress. Yeah, this is better to do. Times... I will say 1 minus progress. Frost sphere speed times 1 minus progress. So it goes to 0. And this is what I don't like. I think I want this to be a direction. Yeah, no more of this. So I can just say times direction times speed. That is my velocity. I guess I might as well make it very clear what's happening. Velocity is direction times speed. Then multiplied by delta time. Depending on the density needed, I use a fine grain noise like TV static. Really? Do you interpolate the fuck out of it? Tried streaming today and it was fun but tiring. Not a lot of views though. Aha, yeah, it takes a while. That said, quite tired, sorry late here. See you another day. Thanks for stopping by, Code and Agree. See ya. Where did my stuff go? Wait, where did that one go really? What the... That's concerning. Okay, so it seems to not move at all. Wait, that one went away also. I don't like that. I want to see it not hit correctly, man. Fuck. I think somehow one of the normals is getting inverted, but I don't know. Not just blending with textures, we get plenty. Well, I'm definitely going for a specific look, and I don't want it to be actually noisy. I want it to be like just a really subtle normal thing, so I don't know. I'll mess with it. That would be something... I'll probably do it off stream at night sometime, but yeah, I'll mess with that. That's a good idea. So my good idea here, what I'm about to do is in my Ice Bolt Manager, this time value, I'm going to make it 100 times slower. 100 times is fine. So just divide by 100, and then when I update it in my gameplay scene, there's two windows, only one place. Okay, wait, both of these. 100 times slower. This probably will just work. From its own isolated perspective, the whole game is moving 100 times slower. Ooh, look at that. Okay, so definitely it stopped moving. Also, I'm realizing 100 times might be too slow. Let's try like 20 times slower. And I don't know why it stopped moving. That's actually very odd. Because I doubled the speed, and it's just like a straight linear speed cutoff now. I mean, I guess I could check the speed values. Position is this. I'll check this real quick just in case somehow it's like really quickly going to 0. The speed value, it's not 0. It's also not really moving. And I'm really skeptical just to... Let's just multiply it by 10 and see what happens. Maybe it needs to be 0.008. Okay. It still looks to me like it's not moving. 0.04, it got out of that 0.04 so fast. Actually, it looks pretty evenly spread out, really. Yeah. I am very surprised that it's just not moving. Maybe this is not... Maybe it shouldn't be a linear curve, but something even faster. Like, okay, it's moving. This is a gigantic speed value, though. That's not that bad. What? I think the curve is wrong. I'm doing all of this just for this little effect that lasts like fucking 400 milliseconds. Or less. This one, I can almost not see moving. Wow, that makes a huge difference. So yeah, let's try modifying the curve. So I'm just going to do this in my head. If this... Okay, I'll just say this right now. This speed is 1 minus progress, so this goes from 0 to 1. So it's just square root of this, actually. Well, before I do it, Desmos, I don't know if I exactly want square root of this or 1 minus x squared. This looks more like what I want, 1 minus x squared, because it kind of stops. No, I don't think I want it to stop. Okay, square root it is. Will this even make a difference, though? Like, I really doubt it. I could do this and maybe raise its speed just slightly. 0.06. That kind of looks okay. Alright, let's speed it back up. Let's do this also. Frost sphere debug speed scale, some giant name. So if it were to be 0.5, so you multiply it. If it were to be 0.5, it'd be divided by 2. And then when I'm done with this, all of these little values will get removed. All right, so this is regular speed. Looks pretty good. The effect is kind of big. Maybe in a good way. I'd still like to know why that one time when it hit the ground at some exact spot. Oh, I have an idea. Why it didn't create any particles? So what I will do to debug that is just every time I create an ice bolt. How should this work, I wonder? I will just print it, but I need to print it with a ton of precision. Probably time doesn't matter. Direction matters. So there's a format float function that does something. You give it the value and you give it a width, and I don't know what to do with trailing width. Okay, so trailing width is what I care about. So, it's gonna be kind of messy. X, Y, Z. X, Y, Z. Lots of format floats. Trailing width equals 100. I guess I'll do something like this. This one is direction. Hey, thanks for the follow. How's it going? XYZ, XYZ. Okay, let's try this out. Hopefully, I think it doesn't actually have a width of 100. That's just like the maximum width. I hope. So if it ever happens again, okay, it does apparently legitimately have a width of 100. That's not needed. I'll just say 32. I don't remember what the maximum float size is. 32 should be plenty to debug it. Yeah, so it's too big. It looks good now though, but I'm not certain how to fix this at this point. I don't need to work on this much more. This was not supposed to be what I was doing today. I think they moved too fast. Oh, it just did it. It did it. It did it. Oh god, I should have new lined. It was, I think, the middle one of these three. Let's clean it up a little bit. Okay, I think it's this. So every time I create one, I'm going to create it in this exact same spot and try to see what the fuck is happening. I'm not allowed to modify position. Ugh. Fake position is a vector 3 of probably this. Fake direction. Vector 3 of probably this. I really hope this reproduces. How is it printing that much then if it can't fit this? There's no zeros. Interesting. Yeah, floating point printing in general is like insane, so probably just some inconsistencies. Wait, it's not coming out of where I expect it to come out of at all. Huh? Oh, I'm not using it. Okay. So this is the fake position. Direction becomes fake direction. Let's just try this now. Okay, good. Good. Oh, it's going through the ground. That's not good. Okay. This is something I'm definitely fixing tonight. This might not actually be that hard to fix though, really, but this reproduces a bug with the physics level line intersection code. Just leave it like that. This is something much better to do off stream. This physics line intersection bug. I'm surprised I haven't noticed this with the arrows though. The arrows do a similar thing. Actually, I think I know what the bug is. Well, no, maybe not. Okay, anyways. Not doing this anymore. That's conceptually fixed in the future. That doesn't need that. Alright, this is maybe done. I just need to tweak the values a little bit, make it look slightly better. I'm going to bring it back down to 0.4, see what that does first of all. Wow, how did you get access to Jai? Also, are you making the game in your own engine? That's right, in my own engine, in my own graphics engine, in my own physics engine. The physics engine part I regret. I got access to Jai by just emailing Jonathan Blow. And I kind of told him about like why I wanted to use Jai, what I've done in the past. And at the time I was like, I don't know why, by the way, this looks blurry. I hate that it looks blurry. Right there. Anyways, in the past, that was like, I was soon about to quit my job to make games. And I think that he's looking for people that are going to use it dedicatedly. And I was trying to find a language to do stuff in. This might be okay, this 0.4 value, if I shrink that, but let me change the speed back up and let me make it, what is that percentage? A third smaller. And now let's see what happens. Yeah, this looks kind of good. It looks pretty extreme though. So yeah, let me try bringing it down to 0.4. So, may I ask, does Jai provide you with an API, meaning you don't have to deal with it, or you do have to do the usual C++ and OpenGL Vulkan, but in Jai? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Deal with what? Does it provide you an API for what? Jai provides you... Well, I don't know. Jai has a lot of stuff built in. There is like a graphics library in the Jai modules. For some reason, this doesn't look so good to me anymore. The size mattered, I guess. So you can use that if you want. I chose to make my own graphics library. Jai is sort of like in between C and C++. Yeah, I guess so. Jai is like a better C. I'm just gonna put this back to how it was, maybe. I don't really like how big the explosion is for just the frostbolt. This is not what I had envisioned. but whenever I try to change the values, it ends up looking kind of bad. I have one more idea. What if I reduce the number? So it has like 8 right now with 2 layers. What if I just cut it in half so it's like 4 only? Okay, so I guess using Jai plus an API. I see. I thought Jonathan included a bunch of things in Jai, such as no need to deal with low-level APIs. Instead, use Jai modules. Not exactly. Well, I mean, he does, yeah, definitely. Like, for file stuff, that, like, all the Windows, Linux, Mac, whatever file stuff is kind of encapsulated in, like, a single generic file module. And all the functionality has become the same. Same with threads, same with, like, I don't know, all that kind of stuff. Printing. So yes, there is. And it also does include, actually, this doesn't look that bad. It doesn't look as good either, though. It also does include his own graphics library, I think, which I don't use. I don't really know anything about that. And there's a bunch of libraries people have made on the wiki you can find. Yeah, I mean, it also includes a module for OpenGL, so it has like OpenGL bindings. It used to include a module for GLFW. He removed that, but I have my own module for that. Okay, I'm done with this. Good, looks good. Maybe. Ice Bolt creates frost spheres, which look pretty good. Yeah, but so I have my own also graphics library, and that is my own API. That's written on top of OpenGL. So if you have any questions, it's fine. I don't mind. It's something to do, I guess. I'll read the rest in a second. Okay, I have to say, task done. Implement frost sphere. So this is very intriguing to me. Does Jai boost your productivity, as John states, comparing to C, C++? Definitely comparing it to C, C++, yes. What's the biggest difference since you moved to Jai? How did it help you? The compile times, I'd say. Probably without a doubt. The compile times is the best part of Jai. The second best part, well, for one, I just like the syntax. It's very clear. Like, a lot of languages do weird shit for absolutely no reason. Jai doesn't. Like, Jai's syntax is methodically, like, thought out by someone that actually can think about things in an aesthetic way, I guess. So that's nice too. And then also the metaprogramming is hugely helpful. Very helpful metaprogramming. I don't know, just kind of like everything where you would think to yourself, hey, why doesn't this exist in this programming language? It should be possible. It kind of exists in Jai. The compile time being fast is also like Godot. Yeah. That makes sense, to be honest. One of my friends that's in the Jai beta has a Godot binding for Jai. I don't know if he uses it currently. That's high praise since John's management. We don't care about syntax. The language is not done yet. Well, to be fair, there are some syntax things I don't like. Fuck, there was one major one. I don't remember what it was. There was one... Oh, I don't like backticking. So, when you have a macro or something, like here's your function, macro thing. Actually, I have an actual example of it. Window, in my library, I have this scope function that expands out to the scope that calls it, so it's a macro, and in order to put things in that scope, you have to backtick. I don't know a better way to do this, but I just think backticking is ugly. Also previously, like, I've been in the beta like a fucking long time, like over 2 years, I think. And previously, when you dereference things, which I don't know where I could show an example of this, but pointer to thing blah, and then you used to say pointer to thing equals whatever, or maybe even worse, you would say copy is a dereference of pointer to thing, or even like sometimes you'd want to do this for arrays, for pointers to arrays. You'd have to dereference the pointer to the array and then access the subscript. Because otherwise, by doing this, you're accessing the second array from that array pointer, right? So that was all really ugly. That changed though. So now it's postfix dereferencing. So that kind of fixes the ugliness in the array issue. And for the most part, it's just a lot nicer like this. There's still some issues with postfix dereferencing. I think to do with casting. I forgot exactly what it is. Yeah, I don't remember. But someone even proposed a way to do that. It was like, I forgot why it's an issue, but then someone said you could do like this, postfix dereference cast or something. But yeah, I guess it's not helpful to show this because I don't remember the context of how this came up, but this was another syntax thing that like could be better, but isn't. I fear the promise syntax pass. Hope it won't change much. I doubt it will. Like, because I doubt it will, because for the most part, the syntax is good. I think it will change stuff like with the things I just mentioned. And probably some things to do with like using or directives. Maybe it'll change modify. I don't know. Impressive. Looking at your game, it looks lovely. Do you use PBR or Fong? Thank you. Be sure to wishlist it on Steam, everyone that's here. I don't. Everything in my shader is just whatever I happen to write at the time. Nothing really happening. It's just, it's just you get your light dot product of the light to the view angle, or light to the normal surface. You get the specular dot product of the reflection of the normal to the light dot, whatever, and then you just manipulate those values to make the game look good. There's no actual like physics-y stuff to my shading. I'm gonna get a snack real quick, and then I'm doing... Work. Thanks for the follow. I'm getting a snack, and then I'm either doing freezing your body so you can't move, or creating a cast system. So you know when you can and can't cast. I'll probably do freezing your body, yeah. Okay. Let me put the game up real quick. I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then I'll read your messages as well. What snack? Yeah, beef jerky. Unfortunately, I'm so tired of beef jerky now. Beef jerky and a little fig bar. That's my plan. Oh, and I have oranges now. I'll get an orange. Okay, I'll be back. Here, you can do the thing where we listen to this music. I'll be back. I'm back. Okay, anyways. So now I'm gonna freeze the goblin. So he's not allowed to move. I didn't get oranges. I decided it's too messy. Man, you know what I'm really not looking forward to? I have to create a new trailer with the new graphics in like, I don't know, a couple months. Not gonna be fun. Okay. Time to freeze the goblin. This is gonna be a little bit hard. Get back to work. See ya, Noligor. A little hard. If you don't like to stream, yeah, no problem. See you, man. So there is an ice block ID, which indicates you're inside an ice block. So the problem is there also has to be joints. Okay, I think I can... I'm trying to think how I want to do this exactly. Okay, this will work. There can be one set of joints. Frozen joints, which is fucking 4D mat 4. And then... I don't have to have it here. I also need joint bone weights. So I have to calculate my bone weights somehow at some point. Maybe in the class allocator, because I don't think the goblin has any initialization code, just a bunch of rendering logic. Class, goblin class manager. This has initialization code. This is probably for the best. Goblin. Entirely goblin frozen bone weights. I think it's just this. And then there's going to be goblin rooted bone weights. Okay. Let me open up Blender. I have to actually go through the bones one at a time. And this will be based on something like, what's the last class I did? The Frost Mage. You create your bones like this. So goblin frozen bone weights. Create bone weights from goblin animations, which Are those loaded at this point? It doesn't matter. Only the goblin has to be loaded. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, let me check that. It's reminding me. So you're recreating a Regex game? I mean, 2 years ago, this time in Godot, instead of Unity, planning to reskin it so that people don't know it's actually Regex. Oh, so you're gonna do like Regex logic with little gamified elements? That'd probably be a good puzzle game for, especially for people that don't know Regex. Interesting. Beef jerky again. Beef jerky is goated though. I eat beef jerky too much. Beef jerky, nice man, nutrition is good for your health. Is that true? That's a joke, right? Okay, so let's find these bone weights. Man, I worked all throughout the weekend. And I feel like every day this week so far it felt like Friday, but I still have to work the next day. It's as good for your health as okay. I mean my original version explained Regex. It would, yeah, it might be interesting to do it super gamified and have it like explain itself through puzzles like a puzzle game would. So when the whole goblin is frozen, every single bone becomes 1.0 weight. Oh man, there's probably a way to expand everything at once. So many fucking bones. Can I copy them all, please? Please, please, I don't want to type it. No. Damn it. What about they should be in the vertex data too though. Can I copy it from here? I can't even select multiple from here. I can't think of any way to copy this. Okay. Fine. Oh, I know. This is fine because if I start at the root, wait, the root isn't even included. Okay, if I start at the pelvis and give it 1.0, this 1.0 carries on to everything. And actually, yeah, this is fine. I'll do it like this. So that's done actually. That's the purpose of this precursory bone weight thing. It acts like a tree. Okay. So this is the frozen, now rooted. I think I called it, right? Yeah. Another experience of the fast Godot dev time. I don't want to go back to my Unity version. I still have a few bugs. Probably could have a solid... Yeah, it's probably worth... So like 50 copies on itch. Nice. It's probably worth switching, I bet, for just for compile times or something. Just dev time in general. So this guy... This is going to look very weird. Okay, here's how it's going to work. Spine 03 is going to have a weight of 0. So everything connected to spine 03, which should be maybe a pose mode. Yeah, that's everything. So spine 03 has a weight of 0. Spine 02, I'm just going to put all of them in here for now. 02, 01... After that is pelvis. After pelvis is thigh R and thigh L. After these are calf L and R. And then foot and ball and toes. Foot, ball, toes. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 again, 6, 6 again, 7, 7 again, 8, 8 again, 9, 9 again. There's 9. So that's not right, actually. The entire, actually, so yeah, I don't care about anything past foot. Because foot is 1.0. Totally frozen. Okay. So how would I do this? It's... What values are these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Guess it'd just be... 0.167. Or rather... 6 over 7 makes more sense. 5 over 7. So this was my plan. 4. Oh, this isn't right. Okay. 6. 5 over 6. 4 over 6. 3 over 6. 2 over 6. 1 over 6. And 0. Okay, I don't really need these. Actually, that wasn't helpful. So here are my bone weights. Basically, your feet are entirely locked to the ground, and as you go up to the top of your body, I'll see how it works. It might be best to unlock them at their pelvis. In fact, oh, this is kind of a problem. It's not inverse kinematics at all. Okay, I can fix this. So the pelvis is the root. It goes down to your feet. So any animation that modifies this even a little, if I go into pose mode, modifies your feet. So my original goal was I wanted your feet to be totally locked in place, but everything else could technically move. That's not possible without a bunch of math. So I changed my mind. All of this stuff up to your pelvis and including your pelvis is totally locked in place. I'll leave it like this, even though all this is not necessary. It's the same. And so now it's just 2 over 3, 1 over 3, 0. I'll let it ease out towards the top, although that might actually not be necessary. So there, these are the goblin rooted bone weights done. Yeah, you know what? Just comment that. Okay. Now what has to happen? How should this work? At some point when the goblin gets frozen, he has to lock his bones in at that point. And there has to be a transition, like animation, so the animation stops. That might be weird. Maybe it should be instant, because if I choose bone matrices and then ease his animation, his leg will like continue moving, and then as it goes to 1.0, it'll go back into the spot where it was. So maybe I'll instantly lock his bones, even though I wanted it to be smooth. Okay. I just have to figure out where this stuff is going to go, because it's kind of like the ultimate final thing here. Yeah. And I think I need some value along with this that... Oh, turn bone weights. That has to do with... your frozen percentage, frozen progress, which is by default 0, and then rooted progress, also by default 0. Two different things. Okay, there's no concept of rooted yet in the Goblin. There is in the Ice Ground Manager, but so ignoring that. Everyone that's lurking in the stream, be sure you check out Fat Goblins on Steam and Wishlisted, so my game doesn't flop. Okay, so it's after I calculate the joints, which this is not where that happens. That happens way down here. After I calculate the joints, it sticks them in the Goblin. Kind of. Oh, I see. It makes a view out of the Goblin joints. Okay. Makes a view out of the Goblin joints, and then calculates the joints based on the animation mix data. So something like at this point, process frozen and rooted and other things that require movement to stop. So how would I word this? I guess I'll have two different cases. If you have an ice block ID, and then next, what is it called? Frozen progress? Frozen progress. Next, frozen progress. Plus, uh-oh. Okay, apparently it would be best for this to happen in the pre-render though, because this is where the actual animation happens. Yeah, it's kind of logic, so it could happen in the update method, but the update method is not synced with your frame rate, so it'll happen here. The problem is I wanted to just increment and decrement this value. And I think I will. So it's really awkward though, because I don't have a delta time. I can't really get a delta time. Even using a delta time here is not good. Okay, maybe I'll do it correctly. If I'm doing it correctly, this would all happen in the update method, and this is a value interpolator. Okay, fine. It's still parallel, so whatever. So much shit here. I hate this method. It doesn't matter where this goes now. I hope this works like I think it will. Oh. Yeah. Okay. How about this? If Goblin frozen progress is less than 1, your frozen progress just becomes 1. There's no in interpolation because, like I said, it would be weird. You'd have the leg moving forward and then going back out. So no inward interpolation. The problem is I need to set both values. I hate this. I might not do it this way. It's the value interpolator that screws everything up, man. I could just set it and just let it do its thing. We'll see how it looks. Maybe it'll have a really slight visual bug and I'll have to fix it, but maybe not. Like, that's kind of the purpose of the value interpolator, so if I stop using it, you know, it's not good. Value interpolator time and value. So just set it at the time to this value, and most importantly, if the frozen progress of last value is less than 1. So if the most recent frozen progress value is not totally frozen, now we update our joints. Except both of these have to be less than 1. Rooted progress. Either one of these updates your joints. So otherwise you do stuff, and then finally if goblin rooted ID something, frozen ground ID, else something, and also this basically. So yeah, I'll just leave this so I don't forget, hopefully. Now, goblin, what is it called? Frozen joints? Yes. You just assign this to this, assign it to itself. You have your joints thing that's continually updated each frame, and then you have your frozen joints. So you just assign it to itself, set the frozen progress to 1, and then if you're not in an ice block, you will set this to, okay, next frozen progress. This is the maximum of the last value of this minus the delta time, and so this is effectively how long I want this transition to take. So for now, I'm going to say like a whole entire second. I'll just say 2 seconds. That and 0. Okay, so this is setting the interpolated frozen progress thing at this time to the next frozen progress, which is going to go down to 0. That's fine. And now in the render code, after all of this stuff happens, you're calculating all this stuff, you're getting your matrices. I wonder how this is supposed to work. It's not an animation mix. It's the final joints. Am I even allowed to use that in the animation mix code? I have to take a look at this. Yeah, like it's not playing an animation, it's locking you into a specific pose. That's kind of weird to interpolate, really. Let me look at what I have available to me. So I should look at what happens with the animation mix first of all. Is this it? No, this is loading data. It's probably not down here. It's probably way up here. This is the animation mix. Okay, so when you pass this in, go through your animations. Yeah, this is very different from actually giving it final joints. I think I can I think I'm only like 50% sure. I can actually linearly interpolate the matrices towards each other. Yeah, I'll try it. Because that's what happens in the vertex shader for animation mixing stuff. Otherwise, I think I have to split the components out like this and then interpolate them manually and recombine them, which that's also okay. That wouldn't be hard to do. But I will try this for now. Okay. So here is my final joint code. I got my joints. And then, let's stick this up there as debugging code. Debug specific animations if desired. Okay, process frozen joints on top of everything. The cool thing about this also is if you're frozen and then you die, you're going to try to start playing your death animation, but you will be frozen. So it will stay frozen and then you will ease into your death position after you unfreeze. You just flop onto the ground, hopefully. So there is a frozen progress that is a git goblin frozen progress time, and it is a client because this is client side stuff. Rooted progress time. Okay. So I think I want to do these independently, actually. The first one will be rooted progress. If rooted progress is greater than 0, frozen progress is greater than 0. Rooted progress doesn't exist yet, so I'll just do this. For all the joints, I hope I'm allowed to do it like this. Okay. Let's see. Joints I becomes... I think it's totally not going to work if I had to guess. Times 1 minus the frozen progress plus goblin frozen joints I times frozen progress. Okay. I've reconstructed my joint by just straight up linearly interpolating my matrix, which is kind of not okay to do. But that's how the vertex shader works, so, you know, maybe I don't understand something. I think I can just run it. I just kind of want to be sure that I didn't forget anything, so there's hopefully less debugging to do. This is gonna be weird. It's probably gonna work at the first instance when I get into the ice block. Oh, the other thing is, okay. Client goblin has some logic in it. Goblin client. So, if you are frozen, there's a bunch of stuff here where like you're not allowed to move in certain situations. Isn't there? This is first person physics. It's all in third person physics. Oh yeah, here it is. A bunch of stuff. Guess this doesn't matter. I'll remove it later. So there's some stuff that limits your movement completely. I might have to redo all of this eventually to make it work together in a really nice way so the game can have like more emergent properties in it. Don't know. Like gravity strength, for example. Okay, it's not used apparently, not here at least. Oh, that's in the body. This is a physics thing. Acceleration multiplier, that's your speed. Max speed multiplier. And then I want wonder where friction is getting applied. Should be somewhere around here, but I don't immediately see it. Is it the first thing that happens? Goblin movement lock amount. So speed becomes the speed times the delta time times 1 minus the goblin movement lock amount. So, okay. Effectively, the movement lock amount is exactly what I need. This is a bit messy. Friction also is affected by the movement lock amount. Okay. Fair enough. Max speed also. What I'm going to say is movement lock amount is client goblin movement lock amount, and then so if it's 1.0 you stop moving, if the ice thing is 1.0 you stop moving. I think I can just do them linearly. So the movement lock amount is the maximum of the movement lock amount and the frozen progress last value, since it's an interpolator. And now everything that uses this, let's just get rid of this. Instead, it uses this variable. Let's be sure I did that right. Yes. And then also the gravity strength. Gravity strength, I guess, is 1.0. Yeah. Gravity strength is... I'm also gonna say I'm gonna say 1.0 explicitly, and then is the minimum of gravity strength and 1 minus goblin frozen progress last value. So when this becomes 1, gravity strength becomes 0. I realize I can just alert watch the stream from work PC. Nice. You're about to get frozen, and oh, you probably can't hear, can you? I don't know. You're about to get frozen when you get entered into an ice block. So all this stuff now has to be that. I can hear it. Yeah. Okay, nice. More viewers. Sick. It doesn't seem to help really though with Wishlist, but you know, it's good anyways. So this sets that gravity strength. Now after all this stuff happens, the body gravity strength will just get set to this value. Okay. Spread the word. Thank you. Appreciate it. There's some days I got like 80 viewers from a couple of hosts, and my average daily wish list is something like 8. That day I got like 12. Big +4 wish list. I don't know if it makes sense, but remember, are you the man behind Fat Princess, right? Don't know if it makes sense, but you are the man. No, I'm not. I don't know exactly what you mean. Fat Princess was a game that came out in 2012 or something, or way earlier. I don't know. Yeah, and this is just inspired by Fat Princess because you can't play Fat Princess anymore. But yeah, it's inspired by Fat Princess. Anyways, this should work. I will also say this, and rooted progress and rooted progress. So there we go. Let's just try it. What's not going to compile? Movement goblin. 138. Whoops, it's client goblin. Uh-oh. So I should get frozen and... Okay, I can still rotate. I cannot move. I am frozen in my exact position. And what happens when I unfreeze? I shrink and I expand it. Huh. That's why I guess you don't do it that way. Uh-oh. Help. And I shrink and skew and fall back down. Okay. Not good. So, something... Man, so there's a movement lock amount. I guess there has to be a vertical movement lock amount. Lock amount, rotation lock amount, vertical movement lock amount. There's no desired for this, by the way, because I don't actually use this for anything. And I'm just doing this because I want a new value. So movement lock amount is always 0.0. Client goblin. And we do this again. Boom, 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 boom. So this is kind of a problem because this code does not exist, does it? Like, all this other code works by modifying stuff like speed. Oh, it doesn't stop your velocity. Hang on. What? How does it not? Oh, because there's a max speed, I think. There's friction and max speed. Yes, and max speed is also affected by this, and it only affects the XC. Okay. I wonder what is the correct way to affect the Y value. Should update Y, desired velocity? Y? Oh. This is kind of it, isn't it? What the fuck is happening here, though? This is like really specific. If you want to go up and you're not already faster than that, or if you want to go down and you're not already like, I don't know, faster than that, then apply that difference. Desired velocity XL. Okay. Okay, so that doesn't exactly work. So this is actually moving you up or down. Raw desired velocity. This is what I want. Yeah. Oh, but it checks if it's greater than 0. Fuck. I want it to be 0. I think raw desired velocity should work with a raw desired velocity acceleration. Probably. This isn't even exactly what I want either. Because I kind of just want vertical friction. Let's just have a vertical friction value then. Vertical movement lock. Okay. We will do this before, I think, right here. Vertical friction for vertical movement lock before the desired velocities, which can forcibly like move you around. So this shouldn't be that hard. The problem is, like, a value of 0.5 vertical movement lock should still do something. This is totally kind of not how it should work, but this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to cut your Y velocity in half each time. So if vertical movement... Oh, did I spell something wrong again? Yes. Vertical movement lock amount. If it's greater than 0. Client goblin body velocity Y. I guess I can say times equals, this is kind of my plan, 1 minus vertical movement lock amount. So if you're totally locked, this will be 0. If you're totally not locked, this is 1. And the weird thing is, it's like this code is supposed to be tick by tick, right? But it's not anymore. It is tick by tick as long as this value affects you less than your acceleration. But so, thanks for the follow, Mustachio. It would kind of be fixed if I apply like a gigantic curve to this thing, but I'm not worrying about that right now. So we'll see how this goes, and I might apply a curve to it. So this should stop me from moving vertically. The rest of the code should stop me from moving horizontally. Okay, I cannot move. I can rotate. I still do have to fix that. I can rotate. Can't jump. Can't do anything. I can cast abilities, but that's fine. Oh, the skewing and stuff is super messed up still. Okay. Pretty good, though. And then I want to try to get up in the air. Good. Nice. That's fine. Yeah, the skewing, really not right. Okay. This was a problem. You could see when I left the ice block how long it took me to get back on the ground. So 1 has to be 1, but 0.5 should be like 0.01. So basically, this is this thing to the power of like 10. We'll see how that goes. I'm just going to ignore the matrix bone skewing at the moment. Okay. So how does it happen when I fall back to the ground? It is, you can see, interpolated, but yeah, it's not good, huh? Maybe I shouldn't just change this value arbitrarily. So the thing is, gravity is applying some downward force, like every frame, and this is removing something like, we'll say half of that every frame. So yeah, it is some curve that like can, like, it's like a square root almost. I think I just have to kind of arbitrarily increase this number. I was hoping there was some math thing I could do to try to figure out exactly what this exponent should be. I can't think of it off the top of my head. And eventually it'll just kind of feel okay, I think. I didn't jump very high that time. Doesn't feel great. I mean, it is lasting a long ass time. Let me make it more realistic. Something like, where is the code? It was this. No, it wasn't. This. Okay, 2 seconds. Not okay. 200 milliseconds. That's probably good. Okay. 200 milliseconds. Very fast. It should just kind of feel very slightly interpolated. I didn't feel it. It felt like it was like 0.1, 0.1, 0.1, 0.11. What even is this number? Let's see what's happening. Let's check before. I'll just check this goes to this. Okay, wait. This goes to this. And I think I want to check this value also. So what I'll say is this, the starting velocity y times whatever this POW turns out to be ends up as this final velocity y. And actually, before I do this, I think I want to also look at the vertical movement lock amount. Just to be sure it's actually going from like 0 to 1 over 200 milliseconds. Okay. I will watch my guy fall and then cancel. Wait. Oh, because it only prints when it's greater than 1. Okay. So yeah. Okay. I kind of see the problem. I did this backwards. It's supposed to be like 0.2, not 20. I think. Yeah. Jump very high at all this time. That felt good. What actually happened? These values look pretty linearly interpolated to me, I think. They're kind of just... they're not that interpolated. Wait, times 0. Times 0? How does that end up as this? 00005 ends up as 00003 multiplied by 0. Oh, because I left this one as 20. It's 0.2. Okay, let's take a look again. So it's not, yeah, it's not cutting it by very much. I think it should maybe be a square root, actually. If square root does work, that makes me feel better, because it's some actual math thing and not just a random value I'm picking. Alright. Yeah, that felt pretty good. almost not even necessary to do this interpolation, but it's also more for the animation. Cool. Let's also, so this I think is done. It'll just be a square root. So actually, let's just make it a square root. Wait, what? 0.2? Oh, fuck. Make it a square root. And look at it again. The values look right. This works. Yep. Okay, sure. Feels fine. Actually, I'm gonna try one more team. It's also mostly for horizontal movement. The vertical movement is just gravity. I don't have any control over that. I should get a much better feel for what it's like when I'm running out of it. I wonder if I should allow you to move in the ice. It's just kind of funny. Oh, what the? That felt really fast. And also, it looked like the ice wasn't gone. Oh, it was. It looked pretty good, to be honest. That looked pretty fucking good. Okay. I like it. Now, I am not really sure what to do about the matrix code. Let me look at it again. Like, this is a big motion. This might do something. So maybe jumping would help me see any issues. Since it's only 200 milliseconds now, I might be fine with just... Yeah, that's fine. Actually interpolating, like, decomposing a matrix, recomposing it, is so much work for something you almost visually can't even notice is happening. Yeah, like, you could see my guy skewed, but just barely, man. So, good enough. That's actually done. I just have to lock his rotation now, so... I don't know where that happens. This is not it. There is nothing here I see called rotation lock amount. There it is. Alright, well, it'll be like the exact same thing, so... You have your movements. Rotation lock amount is client goblin, rotation lock amount, and... Amount is max of rotation lock amount, and... Well, it's just this. So there we go. Now everything that uses rotation lock amount in the goblin has to use this instead, and it's only this one single thing. Cool. I guess I'll check it again. It should just work. It just works, that's right. We don't make bugs here. I cannot move. Hooray. I'm actually stuck in this stupid pose. This is so good. Oh, and I really quickly snap out of it. That's pretty good. Nice. This is so good. I can't move at all. I'm surprised it just works without bugs. That was weird. You could see my little skew as I jumped out of it, but... Whatever. I mean, I can't spam my freezing thingy. Well, you can. You have to balance it with your resources, though. And it's actually a good thing because I think this might be an upgrade, not the default, but the frozen thing heals you. Emerging gameplay poggers. Yeah, it heals you and freezes you in place. So you can do some weird stuff with it, maybe. It's probably also going to create a physics object. So probably allies can jump on you. I think that's reasonable. Let me add that to my notes. So convert physics to bullet. That's something I have to do. And then after that would be the appropriate time to make it. This should be way later. Allies can jump on frozen players. On entirely frozen players. Did you ever see a game called The Lost Saga? It's like Arena Battler. It kind of gives me these vibes. No. Let me look it up. Is it on Steam? It's not, is it? Wait. Oh, it is. Similar year to Fat Princess. The Golden Age. Yeah, you're not wrong. I kind of see what you mean. If a custom system of facial expression is simply impeccable. Man, that's pretty good. I'm down to do something like custom goblins. But it would probably be as a... I'm going to do a Kickstarter in like a month or two. 2 months, I guess, or 3. It would probably have to be as a Kickstarter milestone. I'm down to buying your game if you're down for that. I would appreciate if you buy my game. When it's out. Freeze body with ice block. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Watch this. 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can use indices. Task. Done. Freeze body with ice block. Okay. Freeze legs progressively with Frost Nova and Fade Out Freeze. That's not that hard anymore. Everything is set up. We're good to go. So, it's going to be the same as the ice block. This is the ice block ID. This is the frozen ground ID. Yeah, okay. Frozen ground ID. There is a frozen ground manager. I thought. Frost Nova manager then? Where do I actually add the ground? It's called Ice Ground Manager. Okay. So I kind of just need to do this exactly the same way as the Ice Block Manager. The first step is when you create an ice ground, it gives you back an ID. So you have a next ice ground ID starts out, and there's 1. And then ID is next ice ground ID, add the thing, +1. And then return ice ground ID. It has an integer. I have to, everything that calls this, you have to update the goblins thing. Ice ground, that's, I called it frozen. I need to get my names right. Ice ground ID. That's probably all I do, actually. I wonder, maybe being frozen to the ground should stop your rotation. That'd be cool. Okay, but hang on, let's continue here. It actually will at the moment. So what else does the ice block do? I think it does one other thing. Oh, you have this has ice block thing. This is important. This isn't used. That can just get deleted. That's not how the animation works anymore. After you add it, you have ice ground manager has ice ground. I think this one in particular is just this simple. No time needed. So I want to search for this. Oh, not exactly doing it right. If goblin ice ground ID, if you can't find it, ice ground ID 0. Okay, now it resets the ice ground ID. What else uses this ice block ID? Whatever uses this probably has to do the other thing as well. Oh, this isn't the ice block manager. Okay, so that's just not right. My bad. Now in the ice ground manager, in the update method, you go here. That clears the ice block. This clears the ice ground. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, but this evidently was not working actually. Ice buffered. I guess there were other ways to cast it without ice buffering. Okay, well anyways, this actually doesn't have to be here because I'm writing that can cast system. All this stuff is manual, so let's not check that. And the last thing is in the goblin, I have to use this ice block ID value. First of all here, rooted progress. So first it goes through updating based on rooted progress. So you can be both rooted and ice blocked, technically possible. The end result would just be, it's just making the actual frozen joint value larger. So it's fine. I guess I should do them like this or something. Okay, and there was one other place when I update the goblins and update all this stuff, this. I'll just copy this and say, if there is an ice ground ID, this is correct still. Set the joints. Oh, wait, is it correct? Yeah, probably. Either one of these updating to 1. So this is rooted. Next, rooted progress. Either one of these updating to 1 is allowed to set the frozen joints. So probably fine, yeah. Also 200, probably fine. I think it's gonna work. Yeah, I guess. Well, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, well, yes, that works. So this is what I meant to do, but like it's really not helpful to just see it on him. Oh, I could see him move though when it ended. Oh, he's totally frozen. Oh, and I know why. He totally stopped moving. That's not right. I have to use this thing I calculated way earlier at the start of this. So frozen bone weights, actually I'm not using this. The values are just 1.0. It's very simple. Rooted bone weights. Okay, so this I have to use. The problem is I don't remember there's like two orders of bones. There's the hierarchy order, and then there's the actual shader applied, like flattened hierarchy order. This generates one of the two. I'm just going to assume I'm allowed to use it here because I don't know. Joint frozen progress. So this would be frozen progress times rooted bone weights I. Wait, not, oh, whoops, this goes up here. It's messing me up. This is backwards, but the root has to happen before the freeze. Actually, it doesn't, but it doesn't matter, so. So it's joint rooted progress, which is rooted progress times rooted bone weights I. So I do not know if this I corresponds to this I, but it will be visually obvious. Fat Princess? It's inspired by Fat Princess. Yeah. How'd you know that? Oh, the little trailer's playing. Okay. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Fuck, I keep doing this. I need to freeze this guy. It's so weird, the animation. Okay. He's still moving. That's good. So, in order to actually test it, the Frost Mage is not networked yet. So, in order to actually test it, I will go here and allow the Frost Nova manager to damage yourself. I think this should just work if I just uncomment the team thing. And I'm rooted, and I cannot turn, and I can attack, right? Yes, oh, look at my hand, it's so fucked up. Oh, that's not good. Oh no, and I'm ice blocked in an entirely different pose. Oh no. Okay. We have a hand situation. That could be... That would imply to me, actually, my index values are not right. Yeah. I think. I don't know how you do this then. So, fuck. They're actually, this is, I don't like this. Okay, how about this? So first, there's two things I have to fix. The first thing, when you get frozen, it updates your frozen joints, right? The frozen joints are already based on the value if you are currently frozen. And so either one of these is allowed to update your joints, because what was happening is I would get rooted. My bottom, it would set all my frozen joints. My bottom feet would be frozen. My hands would continue moving, and then I'd get ice blocked, and then I'd snap back into the original position. So to fix that, yes, it's this. If you are frozen for the first time, you set your frozen joints. If you are rooted for the first time, you set your frozen joints. They're allowed to overwrite each other because they freeze you. So like they shouldn't update. Okay. Is it an actual limb problem or a texture problem? It's an actual limb problem because of the way I'm generating this. So this is what I was saying. There's two. This generates an array where the entry is every bone, and there's two ordered arrays. There's like the hierarchy data array for the bones, and there's the joint array that actually goes on the GPU. So I think this is generating data for like the hierarchy array, and I'm using it to manipulate the GPU array. So I have to just fix that. Whoops, I did not mean to do this. Fuck. It's weird that I get unfrozen before my mana. Oh, I think I kept casting. Let me try one more time. Hang on. First, I'll freeze myself. Okay, that's not what I meant to do either. It should probably unfreeze me right when I hit 0. Okay, good. So I want to like freeze myself like right here. Right when it takes one more. Oh, fuck. How much does the freezing thing take up, man? The Frost Nova? Is it 8? What's your animation pipeline? Mixamo, GLTF? Those aren't exactly pipelines, but my file format is GLTF. And I find animation assets from like typically Unity or Unreal Store if the license of them permits. And then, oh shit, I did it again. And then I remap them in Blender to my model. That's my animation pipeline. And then the mixing of animations is custom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that worked. So yeah, I froze in this new position, and then whoop, here we go. Bend. Okay, good. Another GL error. So that fixed that bug. The remaining bug is that this method does not do exactly what I need it to for this purpose. Okay, so it just needs to be remapped by joint indices. This is the thing. It's been a while since I've worked on this code. I'm trying to think. Like, I shouldn't have another function. There should not be a second function that's create bone weights joints or something. That doesn't make sense. But so I think there should be something called remap for joints. And you will give it something. What would just be the easiest to give it right now? It's just an array, so it doesn't matter. So joints, anything, and I don't think I would be able to do this in place because I don't know how the indices are ordered or for what reason. So okay. Original. It's a array copy, probably an allocator is temp. So just copy that array. And then I just do this. Animation joints, the real index is this thing, so the joints I. So presumably, oh, I guess I have to give it animations. Fair enough. Animations and joints. I don't remember if it's array copy or copy array, but I guess I'll find out. So the joints dereference of I is the original of the real index, which is this. I sure do hope that this thing has the same count as whatever gets passed into here. Seems to think it does. I guess I'm also asserting in this method, so I can also assert in this method. Assert that joints count is greater than or equal to the animation joint entities count. Okay. And this is it. I'm done. And the class manager, after I create this, just remap for joints and just pass this in. It technically doesn't need to be a pointer, but I don't know. I'm manipulating the data, so I don't know. It makes sense in my head to be a pointer. Remap for joints 1 and 2. Yeah, that's true. Goblin animations. Okay. What am I testing exactly? What was so bad about this? It actually looks exactly like water. Oh shit. Oh, when I got rooted by myself, the arm was all fucked up. Is the arm still fucked up? Nope. Good. You know what's weird though? You can shoot backwards. I think this is what should happen. When you are allowed to move however you want, your guy just interpolates towards the cursor. But if you're locked, your guy doesn't move. I think your cursor should only be allowed to stay within the front 180 degrees of him. So like like in that case, I would be allowed to shoot. Okay, that's still weird. Maybe maybe the amount of degrees you're allowed to shoot interpolates based on your rotation lock, from 0 lock being a 360. So I can go boom, like, I can't do it, but you know, backwards somehow. to 100% lock being a 90-degree cone. Or maybe even only directly in front of me. That makes sense, huh? Only directly in front of me makes the most sense. Okay, I like that. I'm doing that. This turned out to work. This is done. Okay. This might be hard to do because the aim controller code, which controls, you know, where you're aiming, is very precise and very well written, so everything feels totally perfect with aiming because it's such a big deal. So I'm very scared to do this. I will say frozen and rooted stuff works, but you're allowed to shoot behind you. Not good. Period. Not good. Okay. Task done. Freeze legs progressively. Task add. This is a depth. Okay, this task is when your location locked, you can only shoot in front of yourself. So this all entirely happens in the aim controller. Wait, I want to check one thing. Okay. This seemed to be aiming the ice bolt somehow towards the ground. It doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really make sense, but no, this is the best way to do it, I think. Yeah. It's just offsetting your aim position on the ground by the start position offset from your character's height. That's pretty reasonable. Okay. I'm not going to worry about this then. Okay, so aim controller. Lots of code here to do all this stuff that I need it to do. And how is this even going to work? I don't even know if I have code to actually lock your aim position to a certain point. I do have the client goblin has your rotation locked amount. So I think all this stuff would happen in render, because everything here has to be like frame perfect. There's a lock position. This is pretty relevant. If aim position is lock position. Really? So make any changes to aim position here. The rest of the values are updated later. It seems like that's how this works, I guess. Except I'm not so sure. I guess then it does set the aim offset, and the aim offset is used in the next frame to recalculate your aim position, so... Okay. I'll say, if you have a client goblin, and rotation lock amount is greater than 0. Rotation lock, how would I word this? Forward half radians. This is just pi times 1 minus the rotation lock amount. So if your rotation lock amount is 0, your forward half radians, I'll just call it half radians, is allowed to be up to pi. Okay. This is going to be really interesting. This is going to be so weird to have your cursor like forcibly snapped into a line. Oh boy. I guess actually the best way to do it, I don't think I want to move your cursor radially as it's like closing in the little arc. I think I just want to move it to the closest point in the arc, because moving it radially would feel even weirder. Your cursor would be like, well, actually maybe not. No, moving it radially would actually feel pretty good. Yeah, because then as your rotation, yeah, that would be the best for sure. As your rotation closes into 0, your cursor would wrap all the way around in a circle to where your character is facing. Okay, let's do that. So I will calculate the radians to the thing. So aim radians. This is... Aim offset is never updated, huh? Fuck. Aim position is what's updated. So I'll have to calculate this myself, more or less. So I'll call it aim delta for now. This is aim position minus your goblin position, which is something valid, probably. And this is... oh shit, I don't know. Okay. Let's check some values out before I do this math. It's going to be really hard. There's a lot of stuff going on in this math. If I don't get these values right from the start, it's going to be hard to guess my way through this. So we will print the aim radians, and then I also need the goblin rotation. That's some value somewhere. Okay, apparently a render rotation. So that value is updated in the goblin client. Way down here. You have your final rotation and you have a client goblin rotation. Okay. Alright, that's probably a value interp or a rotation interp or something. Where is that? Oh, down here, rotation interp. Using rotation interp. Okay. Simple enough. This gets the interpolated rotate stuff. So I will do the same. I need to be very careful with this file, and I already make more mistakes and program slower when I'm streaming, so I'm extra spooked. Current rotation is client goblin rotation time true. Okay. Or I'll say goblin radians, we'll call it. And I need to basically, this value is going to be right. This is like the source of truth because it's tied into a shit ton of things. This value, these things are going to change somehow. The Z and the X and being positive versus negative. But the end goal is once I have the right values, basically the aim delta radians should be equivalent to my goblin radians. So that's what we're checking for. And actually, I need to print this not inside this function. I'll just put a little scope. Temporary to do temp. Okay. Oh wait, but if client goblin. Oops. Thanks for the follow. Check out Fat Goblins on Steam. Wishlist. Hey, quick question. Have you seen my two brain cells anywhere by chance? They escaped containment. Uh-oh, that sounds not good. I'm sorry, but I don't think so. Okay, this is a vector 2. Oh, and it's already subtracting x and then z, so it's y then x. I hope you find your two brain cells, or at least one of them. This one is y. Oh, I have to check the values. Okay, super not right. Let's see if they at least move in the right direction. 2.4, 0.8, negative. Okay. Decreased, increased. Okay, doesn't even move in the right direction. And I have this bug where I can't exit out of this, so new tab. Okay. Super, super, super not right. I do not know why. I'm gonna swap these because my game stuff is fucked up. And Z is left and right. No, that's not it. That's not it. If anything, this has to be negative. Because the OpenGL coordinate system is a negative Z forward. What? That's Y. It's going to be like this, and then plus pi over 2 or something. Watch. So 2.9, 1.3, 2.3, okay. It does move in the same direction now, so yes. Now 3.14 is 1.6. I just have to add pi. I have to add pi to the second value, which is aim radiance. So there we go. Predicted. Let's check it again to be sure this is right. Now the value should be basically the same. What? Oh, what? Oh, it's pi over 2. Okay, yeah. So this has to do with the x and z thing. Kind of. That's not right. Oh, that is right. It's just that I have to... With this one, the goblin thing wraps back around at pi, negative pi, and this other one is adding pi over 2, so it does not. So I just have to mod the radians, and that's good enough. Yeah, but... Okay. And that function exists. I have a mod radians function. Put that in both these places. I think it will work. Yep, negative 3.13, 2.6. Good. My values are the same. I can delete this. I have my values lined up. My coordinate system is match. Work. Hey, thanks for the follow. Check out Fat Goblins on Steam and wishlist it. The wishlisting helps. So, if the absolute value of the... that's not how you do it. If the radians between from and to, it doesn't matter. If the absolute value of the radians between... I do want to check. Start and end. So in my mind, I'm starting at Goblin Radians and ending at Aim Radians. So the absolute value of this is greater than a half Radians. So if you're aiming further away than you are allowed to, now I'm going to correct your aim position. Okay, so now we say, oh, you know what's interesting? This is used for like some ultimate abilities. Nah, this should stay as it is. Okay, never mind. Like when you're doing your priest bubble, it locks your aim position to wherever your priest bubble is. But then if you got frozen, it would suddenly move your priest bubble to be in front of you. That doesn't make much sense. Okay, so anyways, if you're aiming outside of your allowed radians, I don't really know how to do this. Goblin, so aim radians will become Goblin radians plus the sign of going from Goblin Radians to aim radians. Okay, so I do need this. Radian delta. We'll call it. If the absolute value of radian delta is greater than half radians, the sign of radian delta times half radians. So this puts you back where it needs to be aimed at. And I have to now calculate from the aim delta the length. Aim length is just the length of this guy. And then finally, update the aim position. The aim position is, which is this? This has to be a vector 2. It is a vector 2. It's the Goblin position XC plus some vector 2 of cosine. This could be wrong also, but this I can guess my way through. Cosine of aim radians, sine of aim radians times aim length. So just adding this guy with your aim length off of your base position. And I think I can even do this. This doesn't have to, it's already a vector 2. Let's try it. Okay. So it's not super easy to, oh yes it is. You just freeze yourself and then aim somewhere else. Okay, that didn't work at all. Let me check some values then. I actually thought this one would work on the first try. I think it's gonna have to do with one of these values. Goblin radians and aim radians. Yeah, let's check it out. In fact, also, let me make this last a lot longer. Oh. Okay, I'll do that next. Let me make it out. It's fine. I think the rotation lock of your goblin when you get frozen maybe should not be instant. I don't see anything happening, which would imply the rotation lock amount. Oh, this is not what it is. Okay. So the problem is that instead of setting the rotation lock amount, I was just doing this math myself. I can still do that. It's just in a given goblin, I'm going to have a helper function way down here. I don't know where actually. It's a gigantic function. Jesus. Okay, sure. It is threadable. So get movement. What's it called? Get movement lock amount from the goblin and okay, not with the time. Just gives you back a float. This is the movement lock amount. Just return that. This is just a goblin now. So get movement lock amount from the client goblin. There you go. Same with vertical. Threadable. It is thread safe. Get vertical movement lock amount. Okay. And rotation lock amount. Okay, gravity strength I don't know about. Oh, I can do it, yeah. Nice. Get gravity strength for this goblin. Typing. Okay. So this is just these values, and then if the goblin is being thrown in the air, gravity strength becomes 0, right? Min of that in 0, which is 0. So yes. Goblin being thrown in air. Return gravity strength. All right. I'll just combine these here. And now this is fine, I guess. It's probably the only place that uses these. I'm like a little bit concerned to not update everything else. But let's just check real quick. This is fine. I'm pretty sure all this code is just updating it. Yeah. That's movement lock amount, rotation lock amount. Aim controller uses that now, which is why I'm doing this. That's okay. This is fine, probably. Okay, and then now in the aim controller, oh, I'm not done. I have these 3 methods. These all do not use a time value, but there should be alternatives for each of these that use a time value. Well, I don't know about for each of them. For these ones. Because all of these are technically interpolatable. Okay. Wait, that's not true. Wait, none of them are interpolatable. Okay, never mind. Back to as you were. None of them are interpolatable. Yeah. Rotation lock amount is get rotation lock amount from the client goblin. Just check that. No interpolation was even happening, so this is correct. This is interpolated, but that stays the same. Okay. I don't remember why I had to do this, but there was a bug. Oh, it just wasn't working because the rotation lock amount was not actually updating the rotation lock. It was based on your frozen amount. Okay. It'll probably work now. And then freeze myself, and I'm facing that way. That was not right. Wait, that one is right, though. Yeah, it snapped me into position. That feels so weird, man. It technically works, but like... Where's my cursor? Okay, my cursor is moving behind the scenes. Oh boy. I think plain aim offset is what has to update. Here we attempt to limit mouse movement speed if it's requested, but it's hard because the mouse is projected into world space, so we have to limit the world space movement, then backwards update back onto screen to keep track of absolute position. Oh boy. Plain animal. So this is limiting the speed. I see what's happening. Okay. I think I can just do this wherever I set aim position. So like this, what's happening is you get the... Okay, so this one should not set aim position because this has to do with your target. This one actually then has to go above this guy. And then after I update aim position, I backwards update again. Vector 3, aim position, XY, code of view, goblin screen position. That's valid, actually. Backwards aim offset. Okay. Who knows, man? It looks like it might work to me. They're also updating the aim offset, though. And then using it for the aim position. The aim offset's already updated here, so I don't really care. Let's try it out. The fact that I move this code above the lock-on code means that if there's a goblin relatively intersecting my aim path, I will lock onto him even though I'm frozen. It's kind of odd. This feels a lot better. Yeah, this makes so much sense. Like, it's moving exactly where I expect it to now. That's weird, but, you know... I get it, though, because, like, it's moving it technically backwards behind my character, which has... The length of that is a positive number, so... That would be really hard to fix. It kind of vibrates when you're frozen and you move it up to your character. The way to fix that, maybe I can do it without causing too many problems. So it's this. This is where you're adding your mouse input, right? So before you add your mouse input, I kind of want the old aim position. Okay, this will probably work, actually. No, not so much the old aim position as I do want the aim offset, I think. So where is aim offset updated? New aim offset is your aim position minus the goblin position, and your aim position is updated to the plane intersection of your 2D mouse movement. Okay. Understood. So yeah. I can either recalculate the aim offset, or I think I can just rely on the old aim offset being correct. So previous aim offset. This is the aim offset. And so, boy, I sure hope this works. When you're rotation locking, do all this stuff. How would I word this? So yeah, if you're outside of the bounds and what is the word? If you're outside of the bounds and your previous mouse was in front of you and your new mouse is behind you. I feel like I'm solving this the wrong way. Because the reason this is actually breaking is because I'm maintaining your length. So maybe there should be a limit to how much your mouse length is being maintained. No, probably not. Okay, rather than this, maybe if you're yeah, this might be okay. This would probably be okay. If your old mouse position was inside the bounds and your new mouse position is outside the bounds, in general, you move it to the nearest point on the thing. Okay. If old mouse position was inside bounds and new mouse position is outside bounds, update the mouse to the nearest point on the allowed, what is it called? Radius section. Otherwise, if both were outside, if new mouse position is outside bounds in any way, update the mouse radially to be inside the allowed radius section. Okay, this is why the aim controller is so complicated, but it works really well. But it's like, I feel like it's right on the edge of bug explosion complexity. Is aim delta the same as aim offset? I think it is. Yes, it is. Okay. Old aim radians. I'll just stick this right here. Previous, I guess I'll call it previous. Previous aim radians was from previous aim offset, so exact same thing. And previous radian delta. Wait, the first tick of this thing, when this first updates, This is not going to be true. Because it's checking against the current bounds. Okay, I could just keep track of it. Aim inside radial bounds. I'm going to say it's true. This is fine. Otherwise, no matter what, this is true. So actually, I don't really need this previous aim offset anymore. I'm just keeping track of this value, I think. Yeah, this is confusing to think about, but I think this will work. So if the new mouse position is outside bounds and aim inside radial bounds, the old mouse position is inside. You do some stuff otherwise. Update it, tell it it's inside. Wait, it's outside though. Well, is it though? No. I have to have some epsilon. That's important. If the absolute of radian delta is greater than half radians. I do have to have some epsilon, like this, probably. So you have to be outside the epsilon boundaries. Okay. Now, yeah, so then you're not inside the bounds. Otherwise, you are inside the bounds. This is the important bit. Okay. So at this point in this function, I have to calculate the nearest point on the cone. That's not super easy. I think I might just construct 2 line segments. Yeah. Left line is a line 2, actually. From this goblin position. Oh, man. Sine of main radians. This I don't know what to do. This value is probably going to be based on your aim radius, which is current aim radius. That's fine, probably. There's my... or not quite. Okay, add to it half radians, subtract from this one half radians. And it has to be added from the goblin radians, not the aim radians. So it's where the goblin is looking, not where you're aiming. Okay. I think these lines are constructed correctly. Left line, right line. I don't know if that's true. Doesn't matter. Nearest, I'll say line stuff. I need the nearest point on a line 2 to a point 2. Like this. Left nearest. I only need the point. Yeah, I don't care about the t value. Left line and aim position. left distance is squared. Distance squared between left nearest and aim position. Right distance squared is right nearest and aim position. Okay. If the left distance squared is less than right distance squared, aim position becomes left nearest. This is the one you're closest to. After that, you do all this stuff. All this stuff happens regardless, so this can go here. Otherwise, aim position becomes right nearest. Okay, and then you update this using the aim position, giving the screen coordinate, and then projecting it backwards and whatever. Holy shit, that was a lot of stuff. Let me see if this works. Hello, hey Ganji Coder, how's it going? Check this out. I might be able to lock my character's aim position. It still vibrates. Fuck, the whole point of this was to remove the vibration. 28 viewers, you are a programmer baller. Hell yeah. Yeah, so this isn't good. It snaps my cursor to 0, 0. That's not what I want. Wait. Are you one of the people who don't check your viewer count? I do occasionally, but I don't really care about my viewer count. But if I'm doing like extremely boring stuff, and at the same time it goes below like 10, I'll just usually end my stream. No, I don't care if you mention it. It's interesting, like I check it every now and then just because I'm curious. I'm pretty sure most of my viewers aren't alive though. I haven't seen a chat message in quite a while. I am. Hey, no gore. Woo! I wonder why this doesn't work. Wait, I did it backwards, didn't I? This is confusing. I think it should start as false all the time. Alive. Do you need assistance? Water, food? I'm master lurker. Well, apparently not as much of a master lurker as the rest of the 26 people. Aim inside radial bounds. So if you've updated your aim position, you are considered aiming outside the bounds? I'm confused. Let's see what happens. Still vibrates. The vibration at your body is what I'm trying to get rid of. I think this... I don't know what to do. It's like I only want to update you to the nearest point. What is the actual case here? I only want to update your cursor to the nearest point and not radially rotate your cursor if you were the reason the cursor moved out of the bounds, not the bounds updating. Okay, just came to say hi. I haven't wrote any code today, so I gotta go do that. Okay, good luck doing that. Have fun. See ya. Thanks for stopping in. How'd your, if you're still here, how'd your clout project go, Kanji? This is a bit hard to do, yeah. So kind of after all of these, it should just be true, 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 true. But that's not right. So it's like after the, like technically, you know what? This technically works for my case. Does it even though? I don't know. But watch, I bet it'll work. Yeah, it does not vibrate on my character now. But, okay. So, technically, this works for my case. However, let me try again. Yeah. See, this is so not right. Okay. I hate this. I don't know what's happening. I might delete all this. I think I had a good thing going before this. Okay, I have a new plan. This plan is much more elegant. Let's get rid of all this shit. I will keep this code. This is not true. Okay, here is the new plan. This is actually probably the right answer, and it's so simple. So there's this case. If you're outside the radians, but more than this, okay, watch. So outside radians, fuck, go back to shit. Here we go. Otherwise, if the half radian, so this is the allowed radians in a single direction you're allowed to aim, is less than or equal to pi over 2. So if it's like a half circle, okay, this is important stuff. If it's a half circle and the dot product of the aim delta and I'll say goblin direction. This is a vector 2 of a cosine of goblin radians and a sine of goblin radians. So if the dot product of the aim delta and the goblin direction is less than 0, so basically, if we are within a half circle, if we're now clamped down to less than or equal to a half circle, and you're aiming behind yourself, now it will still do. Well, now, I don't know. This is the right case for sure. I don't know how to solve it at this point, but because if you're allowed to aim more than a half circle, then the radian thing is okay. It will rotate your backwards position to the radians, so it doesn't matter at all. It will never vibrate if you can aim more than a half circle. So this is all I care about, and because this criteria is met, I'm now allowed to check the dot product. Very simple and elegant. So the question is, what do I do now? I've checked the dot product. I don't really like my code to cast it or like clamp it to the nearest point. But I kind of have one idea. And instead of clamping it to the nearest point, I could clamp it to the nearest ray. That would be a lot better. I still feel like there has to be something better than this. Like, it would definitely not be right just to... It would definitely not be right to snap it to 0, 0, 0. So I may just end up having to check the nearest point on array. Huh, really? And then I could clamp the t value and get the point. That'd be not that bad. I know you just described the problem, but recapping, you're planning to aim backwards. Is that legal aim position? So you're allowed to aim backwards in the game, but there are certain abilities that will lock your aim direction. So you are not allowed to move after that. If your aim rotation is locked, then I only want you to be allowed to aim based on the degree of the locking, if that makes sense. So if it's 100% locked, you can only aim in a straight line. So the end result being, when you get frozen in ice, you can only shoot and attack straight ahead of you. You can't turn left or right at all. Which is kind of cool. Hey, thanks for the follow. Check out Fat Goblins on Steam and Wishlist. So instead of, like, I do still actually want to project you onto the line. It's just that, yeah, I don't, it's like, if your aim direction is, it does have to do with the nearest point. Okay, you know what? So we'll just do nearest point stuff. That is like the exactly correct logic. The thing is, I don't want to use a line 2. This is a distance. Distance. Nearest point. What is that easy? So presumably this is the t value right here. So this is t times direction, and I will also return t, because actually in this one specific case, t is what I want. Okay. So, well, I just deleted all this code. Can I just get it back real quick without totally fucking everything up? I'm so scared. Okay, got my code back. So instead of lines, this is another big difference. These are arrays. So this is array 2. And I think array is a point and a direction, yes. Here's my point. And here's my direction. You want some tea? Let me brew for you. Tea sounds pretty good. I bought some, forgot the name of it. No. I bought Gokuro, Japanese green tea. But I bought it before from another brand, and it was really good. And I bought a slightly cheaper one from this brand, and it was really bad. But it still costs, like, I got a little baggie, it cost like $25. Never had this one, only the normie ones. Ah. There is an Earl Grey brand I really like called, like, Ahmed Teas or something. It's very good. Left nearest point on left ray to aim position, right ray to aim position. Okay, so it's not this left t. So actually I don't want the first value. So that's how you get rid of the first value in Jai. This is the maximum of left t and 0. This is the maximum of right t and 0, and then I will say nearest left is left ray p plus left ray dir times t. That's how that works. Nearest right. Right ray p, right ray dir t. Okay. Oh, I did it backwards though. Apparently it's left and right nearest, so there we go. Okay, so now you get the distance, you get the least distance. We already know you're outside the bounds because you've satisfied this criteria. And so we update your aim position and then backwards update your plane aim offset. Let's try this out. I actually think this one's gonna work. Fucking hope. This is the left T. This is right T. This is a fat procedure. It is. Look at that. Locks. I need to make it longer to really feel it. Yep, locks me in. It does not vibrate. Ooh. Good shit, man. Okay, the last thing I'm gonna do with this. I almost finished fucking everything today, and I added a shit ton to my list to do today. The last thing I'm gonna do. How the fuck do I do this? Maybe there'll be a place in Goblin for me to do this. Let's see. This would be reasonable. That's a render though. Render is not reasonable. This would also be reasonable. So what I want to do is with the frozen progress, instead of this, like this affects your movement and stuff, so okay, there's something that has to happen here. Progress, yep. Good progress today, actually, even though I think this is still slower than it would have been off stream. So there's a rotation lock and a desired rotation lock. Yes, this. There also has to be a desired... I don't know. Why did I do it this way? So I can update this value and then this moves towards it, but that is fine. Okay. So this is, there's something like rotation lock actually should not lock your aim. So technically, actually, this is just an aim rotation lock amount. And then I don't have to lock your rotation as long as I lock your aim position. This might not work. We'll try it out. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, let's continue with this. I'm just going to copy this code. Desired aim, aim, aim. There we go. Maybe. So if it's 0.005 times dt, what is that actually? Okay, 0.005 times dt, so that is 5 milliseconds, so wait. 200 milliseconds, so this thing will lock itself in 200 milliseconds. I don't know if that's fast enough. Everything is like 0.005. 200 milliseconds is fast enough. Okay, we'll try it out. Desired aim lock amount, everything is aim lock. Alrighty. So I have to use this value, frozen progress. This one instantly locks you. I wonder if it should lock your aim also though, probably. Yeah, it would just kind of make sense. Okay. So you set your frozen progress to whatever, and then say goblin desired aim rotation lock amount is 1. And it does automatically reset this to 0, right? That's how this thing works? Yeah. Every frame. Good. When you're rooted or ice blocked. So now in the aim controller, when I get the rotation lock amount, I need another method, get aim rotation lock amount, and so just update all these. This is not right, that does not affect that value. Actually, it does not affect this value either now. Yep. I think, though, the aim rotation lock amount might affect the rotation lock. I'm going to try not doing it that way first, but what I expect to happen is your character is always aiming at his cursor. If I lock your cursor rotation, it's based on relatively of where your character is looking, and your character is always looking at your cursor. And so it's like they're both dependent on each other. I expect that results in something that has a really, really slight amount of movement every frame. So we'll see what happens. Actually, no, we won't see what happens. I'm just updating it. It just makes, like, even if it doesn't have a bug, I think it's really bug prone to do it that way. So aim this. They both lock each other. That's how this works now. Yep. Okay. And so I made 2 of these because just rotation locking yourself actually should not force your aim position into a line. Because, for example, when you're using your ultimate as the fire mage or even the frost mage, you're allowed to move your cursor around, but your character doesn't rotate. He like kneels on the ground. So there's 2 different types of rotation locking because of that. Okay. Did not feel good. Instantly snapped me into the position. I guess let me check what's happening. It might just be way too fast, possibly. Yeah, that's weird. Wait, it's not even the right angle, actually. And here's my value. Even if it's that fast, well, that's pretty fast. That's very fast, actually. Even if it's this fast, I should be able to see it being interpolated. Yeah. And I don't, so something's not right. I am gonna try to update this even more slowly. I'll just cut it in half, see if I can at least feel the interpolation, which I doubt. Oh, I kind of see what happened, maybe. This is the render method, so aim controller render. I don't know what type of pass this is, though. I am drawing the aim sphere model. So there is an aim something shader. Aim shader. The pass is just a diffuse texture, so okay, I can use debugging stuff. Let's draw in the goblin direction. Draw a line at goblin position X to goblin position Z. Debug mode on. That's right. Okay, and I'm just gonna take this and just same thing, add the goblin direction times 10 or something. I hope this works. Whoops, what? Huh? Goblin direction is a vector 2. Okay. So x, 0, y. Alright. My goblin's aim position is like moving. I don't know what's happening actually. It's following the line, but is the line correct? That doesn't seem right to me. No. I think it has to do... Okay. I kind of understand what's happening, I think. The rotation of the goblin is still continuing while the actual pelvis value is locked. Actually, I'm not sure if that's the problem, but I think that's weird. I do think that's weird, and so that's pretty easy to fix now that I've done all this stuff. This just also, the actual visual rotation lock amount is also the maximum of the frozen and rooted progress. So the goblin's rotation instantly locks. The cursor should hopefully update over time. Did the code deleted? Yeah. Oh, that's really not right. Yes. But the difference is now this thing exists, and this thing acts independently without relying on the frozen and rooted lock. So, yeah. It's still super not right. I would like to draw these, actually. Let me just duplicate this here. And left ray this plus, okay, not exactly P, that's the point, these are Y values, and then this is direction X and direction Y times 10. I'll do the same for right ray. Now I should be able to see the two lines closed in on each other. Stupid question. I know you mentioned dependency between these rotation locks. Maybe they're getting out of sync. I don't think they're out of sync. Well, I don't know yet. I just don't know. Okay, so there's the problem. Now we can see exactly what's happening. That should be going the opposite direction. So something about... It's something to do with the cosine and sine. So you can actually see, like, this is the arc that the rotation is being locked to. So when I aim here, it starts in the bottom. Kind of bottom left, actually. When I aim here, it starts even more bottom left. So it's moving the... And when I'm here, it's aligned. So yeah, it's... The values are negated. The bottom right lines up, which would be... I don't know. Anyways, the values are negated. So it's this. It has to do with... This plus and minus doesn't matter. It has to do with this cosine sine. They're legitimately negated. If they're legitimately negated, it would be like pi minus. Oh, that's so fucking ugly to do. Hang on. I'm pretty sure this, if this is a real issue, this would have been an issue in other places. So what else happened? A tan 2 plus pi over 2. That's weird. So let me check goblin.rotation. Ooh. You have your rotation value and negative. Oh my god. This is why you have to get your coordinate system right from the start. The forward vector is cosine of negative rotation plus pi over 2 and sine of negative rotation plus pi over 2. God. Yeah, my map's coordinate, because this is just how the artist made it. Positive X or something is forward, which I should have stopped that from happening. And I actually planned to go back and update it. But it's like omega fuck now. So it's just negative this plus pi over 2. So Goblin radians, I will say, instead of plus, I'll say pi over 2 minus this. That's my actual Goblin radians. So I guess in reality, the aim radians is also pi over 2 minus this. And if I'm doing this, I have to mod this as well. Okay. Those should be the only two things affected. If I corrected the coordinate system, I should see the little arc open up towards my face. That's good. And then it freaked the fuck out as I was going back. Okay, so almost good. I think... How do you do this then? This part's probably fine. On aim radians, do you still multiply over 2 inside A10? Yeah. Yeah, because, or you mean add pi over 2? Oh, well, I could, well, now it's technically just pi, but I'm gonna leave it like this. Oh, this does fuck it up though, actually. This does fuck it up because it's supposed to be minus pi over 2 minus this whole thing. So actually it cancels out now. So no. But it was plus or minus pi over 2 or whatever to keep it in sync with that other value, which does happen. Does that fix it? I don't think it does, right? No, it's still kind of weird. Yeah. Okay. So now what's happening is definitely something to do with this, the radiant delta. Actually, no, this one looks kind of okay. Let me check all this stuff. Boom, boom, boom. This is the Goblin Radians, the AIM Radians, and the Radiant Delta. So at the very end, like here. Okay, so when it's this, they should be the same, and they're not. Okay. So that's the problem right now. I think I just messed something up in this math when I changed all this stuff, to be honest. Like, yeah, so this is the situation if I have to do this again. I have to get the Goblin Radians, and I have to get the Radiant Delta, or no, and the AIM Radians from the AIM Delta, and just print these. And I just have to make them line up again. After this is done though, it should work. And now you see why I didn't want to change the aim controller. Okay. Wait, I don't actually have to do that. I just have to check. Is there anywhere they're lined up? They just look like exact opposites of each other, actually. They are just exact opposites of each other. Okay, that's pretty easy to fix. This is just negative. Or, yeah. Either this is negative or, what was this thing? Negative rotation plus pi over 2, so that is pi over 2 minus rotation. So, yeah, I'm not going to change that one. This one's just negative. I'm really hesitant to make it negative. Whatever. After this is done, TME. Woo. Okay, that seems to have worked. And it does kind of just smack my cursor down to the middle. That's kind of cool. Nice. I can't tell if there's any bugs left. I think it's pretty good. It's just the smacking part is like kind of fast and okay. Can you feel interpolated nicely? Yep. Well, I can see it interpolated nicely. And now I'm locked in here permanently. Yeah. It does lock itself that way and I can't go behind me. Yay. Okay. The only problem with this type of interpolation, or with this thing in general, is that it's not actually interpolating my mouse position. Like, how do I word this? Like, there's probably a better way to do it, because what it feels like, and also like the visuals enforce this, so it's kind of tripping me out. These little lines come out and they clamp the cursor down to a line, right? But it does feel like it's just I'm moving my cursor however I want, and suddenly like it's like smack. My cursor gets hit. Boom, cursor gets hit. And that is what it feels like. So the way to do it instead of that if I want to. Yeah, like the smack of it doesn't feel so good, I'd say. So I have all this stuff set up and all this stuff works. Like, I kind of want to support the idea that at 50% aim rotation lock, you're only allowed to aim in front of you. That's kind of a neat idea. I don't know when I would use that actually, but it also kind of makes sense because the slower you move, the less I would expect you to be, the slower you rotate, the less I would expect you to be able to shoot behind yourself. So if I'm fixing this so that it doesn't just smack my cursor down, and I want to keep that mechanic where like it actually has a hard limit to that. I kind of need like a progress value towards the desired aim rotation lock, which I can get. And based on that progress value, the amount I will move you in a given tick. Okay, this math is not so simple either. Let me save this, because this at least works. Aim rotation lock is a new thing, and it works, but meh. And this will be the last thing I do today, because this is kind of a big thing on stream. I have lots to do off stream. So, effectively, aim rotation progress. Oh, I cannot actually get this value, can I? What's the progress today, my dude? Yeah, pretty good. Aim rotation lock progress. Yeah, so this value is not so easy to get, but I can make it easy to get just by adding it. Aim rotation lock progress. That's 1. This equals goblin aim. I guess I have to clamp it actually. Goblin aim rotation lock amount over. Oh, and this can be 0. Okay, this is probably fine. I'm not going to think too hard about it. Desired aim rotation lock amount 0, 1. And I only, if basically, if this is greater than 0. Otherwise, this is 0. Okay, so you get the progress towards the actual thing. If it's already at the actual thing, the progress is 1. If there's no thing you want to lock to, it goes to 0. And so this will happen as the aim clamp angle is retreating back to 360 degrees, which is fine because at 0 progress, or would it be 1? Oh, I think it'd be 1. 1 makes more sense. Yeah. Because then it will forcibly set you to be within the bounds if this is 1. That's kind of the logic here. So this is fine. It can. This is, yeah. This is good. I have this. I have to calculate the amount I want to move the cursor towards the destination in a given tick, and I want to do it in such a way that it's the end result per frame is linear. So that is to say, yeah, this is complicated, huh? I also need the last aim rotation lock progress. Desired aim lock, that's not it. Last aim rotation lock progress. This is only for your client, so it doesn't matter. God, this has become a gigantic fucking function. if, wait, I think this already checks if you have a client goblin, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. So screw this. This is just client goblin, aim, rotation, lock, progress. What do you mean progress? I think I didn't catch that. Is it a fat procedure? It is a fat procedure, I told you. Yeah. A progress meaning just from 0 to 1. So it's how much, you see, you set the desired aim rotation lock to like 1.0, and over 200 or 400 milliseconds or something, that value will move towards 1.0. You can also set it to 0.5, and that value will move to 0.5. So the progress is just the percentage from 0 to 1 towards the desired value. So the reason I need this, hang on. Okay, the reason I need this is if my current progress is, let's say, 0.2. Okay, so I need like my delta progress value is client goblin aim rotation lock progress minus last aim rotation lock progress. Is this right? This is confusing. Yes, I think so. I will say the progress multiplier is 1.0. And then aim rotation, if the aim rotation lock progress is not yet 1, you get the delta progress. I don't actually, I'm realizing this will be easier to do without the progress value. Whoa, thanks for subscribing, man. Bam, that extra to finish the day. Thanks, man. Let's see. I don't need this. I actually just need the raw value and I need to store it. So this is the last aim rotation lock. I still do need all that stuff though, so client goblin aim rotation lock amount. I guess it has to be called amount, huh? Last aim rotation lock amount. Big 1 sub. Let's go. So if the aim rotation lock amount is less than, this makes so much more sense in my mind, the desired aim rotation lock amount. Or if it's not equal to it, then yeah, get the delta, this thing minus last aim rotation lock amount. So the progress mole is the delta amount, which is what this should actually be called, over okay, I was right the first time. Because I have to know what it's coming from. So yeah. If it's less than the desired amount and client goblin desired aim rotation lock amount is greater than 0. Bam, no, no, not exactly the first one. I think 1 or 2 friends of mine have just thrown their Twitch Prime at me. And there's one other person, Focus Dev. Focus Dev, I think that's it. Focus Dev is probably the first legitimate person. I think you might be the second. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't stream often. I just started streaming like 2 weeks ago, basically. So if you have a legitimate desired aim lock amount and you're not yet at it, okay, then we are assuming you're going from 0. So the amount you've moved, and then I want to get the amount left. So this is supposed to be larger than your last value. Okay. Desired aim. This is so many words to type. And I'm going to clamp this to 0 to 1 because I'm scared of this function. All right, I think this is going to work. So basically, if you're trying to go to 1.0 and you went from 0.5 to 0.6, that's 0.1 out of 1 minus 5, 0.5 remaining. So the amount you're supposed to update is 1 over 5. Yes, that makes sense to me. Okay. So then, in order to use this value, I am going to do it this way. Fuck. Aim position. It would be this minus aim position times this plus aim position. The thing is, it's really weird to do this because now we have like floating point issues. But it might not matter. So now I'm easing towards my destination, and then when I'm actually done with my aim lock interpolation, it will be clamped at 1.0. So then it's stuck. Okay. So that's that for the aim position. This guy then, I mean, I'll say desired aim position, and I'll recalculate this here as a vector 2. So desired aim position minus aim position times progress multiplier plus aim position. And let's see if this works. That was quite a lot of shit once again. Chat is cute. Hey, Nitrix the dev, how's it going? Okay, it should... that... I can't tell if that felt better. It did not. I want to check the multiplied amounts. Wait, I think it did feel better. It's... yeah, the issue was it actually is better. The issue is that it doesn't do anything to your cursor until you're already outside of the bounds. So if I really wanted to fix that, what I could do instead is say, this is really easy, which is why I'm willing to try this right now instead of getting off my stream. Half radians is 0. So now, just the progress multiplier will force everything to 0 over the entire duration of 400 milliseconds. The problem is now I'm no longer allowed to use this to go to 50 degrees or whatever. Okay, that felt weird actually, I don't like that. Yeah. Yeah, let's undo that. Okay, it's done. Woo! It only really slightly improved it, but it didn't... it's actually not that complicated. And rotation lock is very slightly better. Alright. Task done. your... There we go. Cool. What do I have left? Ice block heals you. That's super easy. Create a cast system. Can cast them. I might do those tomorrow. Tonight off stream, I think I have stuff to do. There's a physics line intersection bug. The code for this is in the ice bolts manager. Fix the GL error. I've seen this a lot. I'm doing these two tonight. By the way, looking at the ballistics, I found this exactly fair. I found this exact fairly basic equation. Oh. Angle theta required to hit coordinate XY. Hey, that's exactly what we were doing the other day. Fuck me, man. I wish I knew about this. Yeah, I should probably use this. I'm gonna stick this in the code right now. Not in the code, but in the comment. Arrow manager. Or this Wikipedia article. Yay. Okay. So that's all. I'm done. I'm done for the day. Woo! I have really boring, horrible debugging shit to do off stream. And then tomorrow I'm working on the CanCast thing. And I don't know what else. Whatever else I have to do tomorrow. Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for the sub. I'm going places. I got fucking 2 subs. $10. Actually, I think $5. Okay, anyone know who to host? Because I don't. This guy looks like a normal human working on an actual game. James C. Morris? Well, what is he doing? Oh, this looks pretty good. Okay, yeah, this guy. Good choice. Sorry, actual human man. You almost got raided. Okay, see ya. I'll be back tomorrow. With actual gameplay, logic, structural code stuff. Bye.